The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just a few minutes. I'm going to give some time for folks to get logged in.
I do have one question. Do we want to give them like a 5 or 10 minute break at the hour point, or do you guys usually do that?
Yeah, I think that would be great, and I can I'll pull up a timer if we need and have that going for us.
Well, we thought maybe we would do it when Juliet and I switch, unless it's not the right time, and then I'll just do it sometime during mine. Does that sound good, Juliet?
Sounds good.
All right, awesome.
Okay.
Alrighty. All right, looks like we still have a few folks logging in here, but we're going to go ahead and be respectful of everybody's time and get started. So good morning and welcome to the webinar for the ADA Public Rights of Way Accessibility Guidelines. I'm Joe Furstenberg, the Interim Statewide Policy and Program Unit Manager for the Integrated Mobility Division of NCDOT. I'm pleased to see such a large group of NCDOT staff and MPO and RPO partners join us today. This will be the first offering of this training. We are offering this training again on Friday and have another similar large group signed up. So great to see that. And we have two great presenters from the U.S. Access Board who have joined us today, Scott and Juliet. And without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to them and we can go ahead and get started. And if I'll just say one sort of point of progress as we go. If you have any questions, just enter them in the chat, or you can raise your hand or that sort of thing as we're going, and we will do our best to answer those as we go. And then if we don't, we'll answer them at breaks, that sort of thing. So, Scott, turn it over to you.
Thank you. So my name is Scott Windley. I'm an accessibility specialist with the Access Board. I've been working with the board at the staff level for just shy of 24 years. In March, the first part of March, it'll be 24 years. So I'm almost up to an anniversary date again. And seems like they come faster every year. My background is in architecture, but I play a transportation engineer on TV. No, I'm just kidding. I work with a transportation engineer, which I'll introduce to you in just a second. But my background is in architecture. And so I used to work in Raleigh at North Carolina State University at this Center for Universal Design. So go Wolfpack. So I've been doing the accessibility issues pretty much all my life. I use a wheelchair myself, and my architecture background helps me both give the real life experience of being a person with a disability and then being able to explain things to designers and people on how to build facilities to make them so that they're accessible. And now I'll introduce Juliet, our transportation engineer. So.
All right, thanks, Scott. My name is Juliet Schultz. I haven't been at the Access Board as long as Scott has. I've been here since 2017, so I'm at 4 or 5 years or so with the Access Board. Prior to that, I did work for DOT, Illinois Department of Transportation. My last position there was the ADA policy engineer. So I certainly understand and can appreciate anyone who's having to look at PROWAG and figure out what the intent of the guidelines are. And Scott and I both work on accessibility issues, everything from the public right-of-way to vehicles, trains, buses. But since Scott has been here longer, if there's any complicated questions that come in, I'm just going to defer them to him. So we're going to get started. We plan on taking a 5 to 10 minute break, probably either on the hour or when we transition speakers, about slide 25 or so. We will take questions throughout the presentation. If it's something that's pertinent to the slide that we're presenting, we might be able to address it when that slide is up. If it's something that needs a little more in-depth discussion, we may hold it until later on. And in fact, this afternoon is going to be really Q&A heavy. Most of the content will be covered in the morning and the early part of the afternoon session, and then we'll do a lot of question and answer. But feel free to get those questions coming in as we present. So let's go ahead and get started. Next slide, Scott. So we're going to be talking about the Public Right-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines, commonly known as PROWAG. But just for context, on this slide, I want you to be aware, and some of you may work with the 2010 ADA Standards for Accessible Design, also known as ADAG, which are the current enforceable standards under the ADA. When the 2010 ADA standards were developed, the intent is that they were for accessible design on sites. And so they don't always lend themselves easily to the right-of-way, and that's why Access Board took the initiative to develop public rights-of-way accessibility guidelines. There was a 2011 publication, and that was followed by some supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking in 2013. And what that did is it added accessibility guidelines for shared use paths. And further in the presentation, I'll go into the differences and really highlighting what a shared use path is, because we do get a lot of questions about what it is and what the accessibility requirements are. Next slide. So this is the table of contents for public right-of-way accessibility guidelines. If you're familiar with it, there's 4 chapters, the application, administration, scoping, technical requirements. Chapter 4 is supplemental technical requirements, which really is, a lot of it is like the building standards that 2010 ADA standard I mentioned, and gets into things like ramps, for example, reach ranges, and so on. And we'll also touch on what the supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking incorporated into PROWAG in 2013. Next slide. So why PROWAG? Like I mentioned, there were the 2010 ADA standards, which are really great if you're designing on a site where you can move dirt and flatten the land for the most part. But in the public right-of-way, you can't really readily do that. You have a lot of already developed features, whether it be streets and highways, whether it be the buildings that are adjacent to the streets and highways. So you don't have a lot of room to, move dirt and flatten spaces to make them 2% grade or what have you. But so PROWAG serves what the 2010 ADA standards serve in the public right-of-way. And the intent is to make sure that people who use wheelchairs, people with ambulatory impairments who might use canes or walkers, people who are completely blind, they may use canes, they may have guide dogs, they may have a person guiding them, or people with low vision can use facilities in the public right-of-way. So that's why PROWAG was developed by the Access Board. Next slide. So PROWAG applies to facilities for pedestrian circulations located in the public right-of-way. And that's, again, it's distinctly just the public right-of-way. So you might have, for example, a college campus. And on that college campus, you might have a combination of sidewalk facilities that are on a site, which would be 2010 ADA standards, but maybe you have a Main Street runs right through campus, and you have sidewalk along Main Street, so that would be PROWAG, public right-of-way. Equivalent facilitation is permitted. And what that means is that your curb ramps, blended transitions, and pedestrian facilities don't necessarily have to look like the images in PROWAG. You just have to make sure you're meeting the accessibility specifications in PROWAG. We do reference the MUTCD, and in some cases, we also refer to the 2010 ADA standards. And the intent here is with MUTCD, the National Committee, they're experts in transportation. And so there's things that they have looked at over years, decades, that work from a transportation perspective. So instead of rewriting that content in PROWAG, we make reference to MUTCD. Same thing with things that are in the 2010 ADA standards, the building stuff, like furniture or benches that happen to be in the public right-of-way, or if you have restrooms, public restrooms in the public right-of-way, things like that, we refer to the 2010 ADA standards. Next slide. So the guidelines apply to both ADA facilities, and so that's your Title II, Title III facilities, and I assume most people in the audience are work for Title II entities, your state and local governments. They also apply to ABA facilities, and the ABA facilities are basically facilities that are either owned or leased for the federal government. PROWAG applies to both to new construction and to alterations to existing facilities. And of course, there's a high expectation for compliance when you have new construction versus alterations where you have existing facilities that only allow compliance to the maximum extent feasible. PROWAG also applies to temporary facilities, so your street fairs, your block parties, farmers markets, and now that we're dealing with COVID-19, the guidelines would also apply to facilities that have been temporarily modified to meet COVID-19 safety requirements. So if you're having your restaurants, for example, take up part of the street for their seating and provide outdoor dining, you want to keep in mind to maintain accessibility around the outside dining area and in your public streets and sidewalks. Next slide. So let's talk about alterations. I mentioned when you have new construction, the bar is higher in terms of compliance with, all the requirements, whether it be slope, your running grade, your width, your surface. But when you have alterations and you're restricted by existing facilities that are not within the scope of your project, then compliance is expected to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of your project. So if you have a resurfacing project that doesn't involve a lot of work on an intersection, but you're going through that intersection, you may be limited as to how much you can do to make the crosswalks or adjacent curb ramps compliant. But the expectation is to make them ADA compliant to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of your project. And Federal Highways and DOJ put out a guidance, I believe it was in 2013, on what triggers making facilities accessible when you have a resurfacing project or any sort of other alteration project in the public right-of-way. If anyone isn't familiar with that, we will have our contact information at the end of the presentation. If you shoot us an email, we can send you the link to that technical assistance that they provided. While it's not required, we recommend documentation of your decisions. So if you're going to be, like in this image, sidewalk is being torn out and replaced, and for some reason you can't meet, whether it be the grade, the width, whatever specification that you cannot meet, it's best to document that. That helps with your transition planning. That helps with if there's a complaint that comes in as to why you didn't make a facility that you just rebuilt, why you didn't make it fully accessible. You at least have some documentation of the decision-making process and why you weren't able to make it fully compliant. And also for people who will be redesigning this facility, rebuilding this facility 20 years from now, so they see what decisions were made. So we highly recommend documenting your decisions, but it's not required by PROWAG. Oh, back again. Okay, so then the last point on this.
My fingers, sorry.
Okay. The last point on this slide is transition segments. And what we're talking about with transition segments is, let's say you are resurfacing and you're required to make the adjacent curb ramps compliant. So you'll reconstruct your curb ramp, perhaps you have a landing as well, and then you're tying into sidewalk that might not be compliant. Maybe the grade is not compliant, or the width, or some element of it is not compliant. What we require is a transition segment between this newly constructed or reconstructed curb ramp and the existing sidewalk that may not be compliant. That transition segment is likely not going to be fully compliant, right? Because you're tying a fully compliant facility with one that is not. What we do suggest is with this transition segment, while we don't have a minimum or maximum length for that transition segment, what we recommend is that you not make the transition abrupt. So if your curb ramp and then you get a landing that's great, it's no more than 2% cross slope in both directions of travel, and it's tying into sidewalk that has, say, a 5% cross slope, you want to make sure your transition segment is long enough to take you from the 2% cross slope to that 5% cross slope. So it may be one panel of sidewalk with your 5 foot, maybe it might be longer. Just kind of leave it to engineering judgment on that one. Next slide. Okay, so what is required by PROWAG? The main thing to remember is under the ADA is a civil rights law. So where you, the transportation entity, choose to provide a service or a facility, it must be accessible and usable by people with disabilities. PROWAG doesn't tell you where to put your sidewalks or other pedestrian facilities, but when you look at your overall pedestrian network, is it accessible? So in this image, you see a goat path, and there's, clearly evidence of pedestrian use. PROWAG doesn't say that based on this evidence of pedestrian use, you need to provide sidewalk. That's an internal decision. That's a decision that's made through your pedestrian accommodation programming in your departments. What the ADA says and what PROWAG gives you guidance on is, once you decide to provide a pedestrian facility, you need to make sure it is accessible to and usable by people with disabilities. Next slide. So in this image, we show some examples of different types of pedestrian facilities. You have your urban sidewalks, which are quite wide, like as you can see in this image. Sometimes they're narrower than that, especially in the older towns. You have your shared use paths, image to the top right there. And then you also have shoulder. Now, keep in mind, we show the image of the shoulders, not to say that or PROWAG mandates that they be designated for pedestrian use, but because if you as a DOT have designed the shoulders, are designating the shoulders as part of your pedestrian accommodation network, then you do need to make sure they are accessible and usable by people with disabilities. So it's not to say that where you have shoulders, automatically they are pedestrian facilities. Again, you make the decision. ADA says you've provided a service, you've provided a facility, now make sure it's usable by everyone. Next slide. So I want to use the slide to make the distinction between a shared use path and a trail. The reason being is the word trail is used generically to refer to various pedestrian facilities. But I want to make sure to highlight when we talk about accessibility of shared use paths, what that means. And when we talk about accessibility of trails, we need to understand what that means. So while generically you might refer to a sidewalk or shared use path, connecting two neighborhoods as a trail, you have to understand technically what it means and how accessibility applies. So what a shared use path is, it's generally intended for multi-use. So you'll have bikers, skaters, walkers, different types of use on this shared use path. There's a bicycle transportation focus. It's usually machined, layered surface. It's basically improved. It's not going to be gravel or wood chip or anything like that. And it can be located either in an independent corridor or within the public right-of-way. Now, and for accessibility requirements for shared use paths, you'd look to PROWAG. Trails, in terms of accessibility, you would look to the ABA accessibility standards. Trails are generally designed for recreation experience. They do not connect elements and spaces on a site. They generally include a trailhead, and they generally have limited to no transportation function. So it's really important, though you might use the word trail generically, you need to make sure, do I have a trail or do I have a shared use path that needs to comply with PROWAG? Next slide.
Before we go to the next slide, Juliet, I'd like to just add that the reason why we refer you to the Architectural Barriers Act accessibility standards is because currently the outdoor developed area guidelines have not been yet applied to the ADA facilities, but they will be eventually. So it's not like if you use the ABA standards, you're going to do something that's going to be drastically different than what we're going to require later for state and local governments. It's just that currently there is no ADA standard for outdoor developed areas. So.
Thank you, Scott. And if you're designing a trail, we do have standards like Scott mentioned, and if you're trying to find them on our website, you can send us an email and we can get you to the right place. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about the pedestrian access route. And this is the part of your pedestrian facility that's required to be accessible. So PROWAG requires that you maintain a minimum 4 feet wide continuous pedestrian access route in the public right-of-way. Now, I do want to point out that the requirement is different for shared use paths, and we'll discuss it in a couple slides here. The difference being, so this image here, you're seeing sidewalk in an urban setting. It might be, let's say it's a 10-foot wide sidewalk. What PROWAG says is only 4 feet of that has to be accessible. So you might have your furniture zone, but just make sure that you're maintaining 4 feet accessible. One of the issues that we hear often with the compliance with this particular requirement is when you have outdoor dining and the cafes pull their seating onto the sidewalk. When that happens, you, the owner of the public right-of-way, have to make sure you're communicating with, whether it be the restaurants that are bringing their dining outside or vendors that are putting some of their merchandise outside on the sidewalk. You want to make sure you communicate to them to maintain a 4 foot wide minimum pedestrian access route. Because if there's a complaint, it's likely going to involve you, even though you're not the proprietor of the restaurant or the merchandising store, as the entity responsible for the sidewalk, you will be part of the complaint. So make sure you have agreements in place for anyone who's putting anything in the sidewalk. This also extends to scooters or shared bikes. You want to make sure you're communicating with the vendors that you're allowing to park their scooters and bikes and whatnot in the sidewalk, that you want to make sure they're aware that that 4 feet minimum width must be maintained. Next slide.
I'll just add here that as a state DOT, you probably don't have a lot of sidewalks that you're directly responsible for, because you probably defer your responsibility to the cities, but you would want to encourage the cities to have that kind of dialogue with the adjacent property owners, just like what Juliet was saying. So,
yep. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so let's look at this image here, and the question is, which came first? Was it that big utility pole? Was it the sidewalk? Was it the flower bed? These are things that really need to be considered in design, is collaboration between the crew that's laying the sidewalk, the crew that's installing the utility poles and whatnot, and the crew that might be dealing with the flower beds. And everybody needs to be on the same page as to what the requirements are for the pedestrian access route. Because here it looks like it'd be quite difficult to navigate around that utility pole. Okay, next slide. So we're still talking about the clear width requirement. Remember, it's minimum 4 feet on your sidewalk, on your pedestrian circulation path. And this, in these two images, on the right, we show a utility pole that may have been placed wrong. But for correction, what they did is they bumped the sidewalk out so that they are maintaining that 4 feet minimum width. And then to the left, of course, they jogged the sidewalk around the tree. When we talk about maintaining that clear width around obstructions, this also includes maintenance. So if you have shrubs along sidewalk, you want to make sure you have tight agreements with, if you're state and it's the locals that have to make sure the shrubbery is cut back. Whoever is responsible, you want to make sure that you have those agreements in place, because again, if there's an issue, it's always going to come to the person who owns the right of way, and then they have to enforce whatever agreements they have in terms of maintenance. Next slide.
I can give you, I want to add a personal experience with this of what Juliet's talking about that I was just thinking about, is that I won't tell you where I was, but I was visiting someone who wasn't work related, and I was going down a fairly narrow sidewalk that was just meeting the minimum requirement, and it was curb attached, and there was a fence, a single family home next door, so not a whole lot of control of them, but they had a rose bush that was coming out into the sidewalk. And it was so much taking over the sidewalk that I actually ended up getting scrapes on my arm from because when I was wheeling past it in my power chair, and my control, when I was going one direction, the arm that I can do the controls on the wheelchair at, I couldn't move that arm away because I was controlling the wheelchair. So I basically had to just live through the thorns and stuff scraping my arm. It wasn't really bad, but it could get worse as that grows. And that's a situation where the jurisdiction would want to go to that person and say, look, you can have this rose bush, but it can't encroach on my right of way. So that's just something to think about. So.
Right. And with sidewalk abutting to the roadway like that, there isn't a lot of wiggle room if you need to, scoot over a little bit to avoid anything that's protruding in that 4 feet minimum width.
Yeah. Sorry, it takes a second sometimes for the slides to switch. So it's not that I'm asleep; it's slow.
No problem. Okay, so on this slide, we talk about passing spaces. So in the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines, if you are maintaining a 4-foot wide minimum sidewalk pedestrian access route, you must provide a 60 by 60 passing space every 200 feet. Now, one thing some DOTs have done instead is just design their sidewalk 5 feet wide minimum, especially whenever they're constructing new sidewalk. That way they don't have to account for the passing space every 200 feet. But if you're designing your pedestrian access route, your sidewalk at 4 feet minimum, then every 200 feet you need to make sure you're providing a passing space. And as you can see in the image on the left, you have 2 wheelchair users who may be going, in opposite directions, or you might have someone pushing a stroller and then a wheelchair user, or someone using a walker, and different kind of things going on. And so this allows for them to be able to pass. And just point out the provision where that is addressed in PROWAG. Next slide. So we talked about shared use paths a little bit earlier. Again, these are multi-use, machined, layered, prepared surface. You have multiple users doing different kinds of things on here, whether it's transportation or recreation. And while on your urban sidewalk in your downtown, the minimum continuous accessible route is 4 feet, where you design a shared use path, the entire width of the shared use path must be accessible, meaning it must meet cross slope, running grade, surface, all the specifications for an accessible pedestrian access route apply to the entire width of the shared use path. PROWAG does not tell you how wide to make your shared use paths. You'd look at different transportation design guidance for that. But what PROWAG says, once you pick the width of the shared use path, the entire width must meet pedestrian access route requirements. Next slide. And this slide here kind of sums it up. PROWAG 4 feet minimum. When you're designing a shared use path, it's the entire width of that shared use path. And again, you can go back to that initial slide to make sure, is this a trail? Is this a shared use path? What is it? You determine what it is, and then you look to PROWAG to tell you whether you're at 4 feet minimum or whether you need to make the entire width accessible, or if you're truly dealing with a trail, which is a completely different animal, and you'd go to the ABA accessibility standards.
One of the reasons for that I just like to mention is that the reason why we're worried about the shared use path being full width is because you're not guaranteed which direction the person's going on the shared use path or which direction a bicycle may be going. And so you need to give a little more room for people to avoid each other and not have to worry about, well, I got to stay on this piece because this is the only piece that was made accessible. So.
Right. Okay, next slide. Because now we're going to switch gears. We've talked about the width, and we're going to now discuss the running slope, and that is the slope in the direction of pedestrian travel. And in these 2 images, we show you sidewalk that's adjacent to the roadway, likely within the right-of-way. And so where you have pedestrian access routes within street or highway right-of-way, the grade of that pedestrian access route cannot exceed the general grade established for the adjacent street. So what that means is whatever grade your street is, your pedestrian access route that's adjacent is allowed to meet that general grade. Because ordinarily, a pedestrian access route has a maximum grade of 5%. And that's even in the 2010 ADA standards. But again, now we're talking about public right-of-way. We're talking about roads that are already built up. We're talking about places like San Francisco, where the topography just is what it is. And 2010 ADA standards, the site standards would have you flatten everything. But PROWAG, in recognizing these kind of issues in the public right-of-way, says if that pedestrian access route is within the street right-of-way, it can match the grade of that street. If your street is running at 8%, your sidewalk can run at 8%. Okay, next slide. So in this slide, we're talking about pedestrian access routes that are not within the street or highway right-of-way. So here we have, this is actually a shared use path around in the Virginia area where we are. And when you have a pedestrian access route that is not within the street or highway right-of-way, the maximum grade is 5%. Now, there might be cases where you cannot meet that. But again, remember, you're required to design accessible to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of the project. So if this were adjacent to a street, it would be allowed to meet the general grade of the street. But because it's outside of the street or highway right-of-way, the maximum grade allowed is 5%. And this is just an example image. You notice they have guardrail. That is not a requirement. PROWAG does not require that. But in order to mitigate some of that grade, what they've done, you notice this shared use path kind of winds, and instead of just going straight to try and maintain that 5% maximum grade.
Yeah, and the shared use path provisions are the things we did to the shared use path when we added it to the public right-of-way guidelines. We added some constraints. Julia, do you want to mention the constraints? The physical constraints and regulatory constraints that may apply to this. So like if this was like a really like a deep area, you'd have some outs, but I'll let Juliet explain it.
Yeah, and if you look at the 2013 supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking where we added shared use path, we address physical constraints and regulatory constraints. So for regulatory, you might be dealing with, let's say you have an endangered species here. I don't know, there's some endangered frogs or something. And so you have to route that shared use path around that area of endangered species, which would make your shared use path exceed the 5% grade. That's allowed. You may have physical constraints. Let's say you already have a structure there. Let's say you have a creek and this is going across a creek. And so on the approach to the creek, maybe you might have to go steeper on your shared use path. So if you look at the 2013 draft, we have those two categories, the physical constraints, which are mostly your topography type issues, and where you already have facilities built up next to the shared use path, for example, and you have your regulatory. Regulatory, you could also have facilities that are on the National Historic Preservation. So you have a facility that's of historic significance, and you're trying to get the path around that, which might mean your slopes are not compliant anymore. So look at those two provisions to see if they apply in your design of a shared use path or other pedestrian facility. Anything to add to that, Scott?
No, I think you're good. And here's your next slide.
Okay. So still continuing with the running slope. Within the pedestrian street crossing, again, remember in the direction of pedestrian travel, the maximum running slope is 5%. which is generally, the crown of your road. So that's what this slide and this image is showing, 5% maximum. And remember, where you're doing alterations, you may not be able to achieve that. And you're always designing in alterations to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of your project. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk about pavement marking, because this question comes up a lot in terms of, we get questions about, do I have a crosswalk here? It's not marked. Is it still a crosswalk? And the answer is that the pavement marking is not what designates a crosswalk. MUTD provides recommendation on when you should do pavement marking, but just because you don't have pavement marking doesn't mean you don't have a pedestrian street crossing. So you will have, if you have your sidewalk and it comes all the way to the back of curb, you've essentially established a pedestrian street crossing. And if the intent is to accommodate pedestrians there, you need to make sure that you are providing curb cuts. Where you might really want to watch this, especially if you're a state DOT and you have maybe your state highway running through, smaller towns and what have you. I know one thing we noticed when I was working for Illinois DOT is the local towns, counties would construct sidewalk that comes all the way to the state highway, and which essentially means now they have a mid-block crossing. Well, because we had jurisdiction over that state highway, if the locals did not put curb cuts there, we get the complaint because that's our route that is not accessible for crossing. And so you want to watch that. And also when you have developers, a lot of times, cities have agreements with the developer. You develop your retail facility at this corner. We need you to run sidewalk around the frontage of that. You want to watch that and make sure they don't also add crosswalks where they're not truly intended. Because the idea is if you design your sidewalk, bring it to the curb, whether you stripe it or not, you have a pedestrian street crossing and it needs to be made accessible and usable by people with disabilities. If it is unsafe, you need to either redesign it, put some, PED warning for the vehicles to alert them to the presence of pedestrians, so make it safe and accessible. Or if you cannot make it safe and accessible, then you are probably looking at removing it completely, because you can't not provide curb cuts, claiming it's not safe, and saying that, well, we have an accessible crossing, a couple of blocks down. Again, once you provide a facility, you have to make sure it's usable and accessible by people with disabilities. And whether it's marked or not, that is not the indication of having a pedestrian street crossing. It's, have you brought your pedestrian facilities to the back of curb? You brought it all the way to the curb, and so you do have a pedestrian street crossing. So you need to make sure you have a curb cut. Next slide. So in this slide, we have some images in an urban setting. And the question here is, which one meets the requirements? And I'll probably have Scott speak more on this. I think he took this picture. But you notice that there's a lot going on both images in terms of, there's a bike rack, there's cafe seating, there's the frontage line where there's steps into the stores, there's planters, there's utility poles. There's a lot going on here. And have you maintained a 4-foot wide pedestrian access route? That's the main question there. Scott, do you have anything to add on this slide?
Sure. If you notice, actually, technically, this is much easier to do when you're actually in a live presentation. Is I usually just ask this question and people like sit there and hum and haw about it. But both of these pictures meet the requirements. Nobody says the 4-foot accessible pedestrian accessible route has to be in a straight line. The upper picture kind of pretty much does it in a straight line, but the lower picture, actually does meet the requirements. One thing is that I always like to point out that if you're going to do details of blue on your street furniture, you also want to make sure your city personnel are wearing a matching shirt. So, but I'm just kidding. But anyway, so both of these meet the requirements. I mean, yeah, it's harder for a blind pedestrian to maybe have to be a pinball down the sidewalk and have to, go around the bike rack and then, go around the utility pole and then go around the sign and, all that kind of stuff. But both of them meet the technical requirements. So, in general, both of these are acceptable. It's just one's a little easier to navigate than the other, but it's not neither of them are a violation. So.
Right. One is easier to navigate, especially for people with visual impairments, than the other.
Yeah. So, you ready for your next slide?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, so let's talk about the cross slope. This is the grade perpendicular to the direction of travel. Ideally, 0% is best for wheelchair users, but of course, we need some slope for drainage. So PROWAG calls for a maximum cross slope of 2%. There are a few exceptions on that, and I will talk about those in the next slide. But it showed this image here where construction is actually taking place, just to highlight that you want to make sure you're designing with some tolerance. So you want to design for 1.5%, for example. That way, when it goes out of construction and the concrete is down and it sets, you will hit that 2% instead of designing for 2% and the likelihood of missing that and being non-compliant. Next slide. So we're going to talk about the areas where the 2% cross slope is the max, and then where you're allowed to have a 5% or meet the grade of the road. So if you have a pedestrian access route where the street crossing has is yield controlled, as in the picture above, or stop controlled, as in the picture at the bottom, in both cases, the vehicle has to stop. And so for those scenarios, the cross slope is 2% maximum. So where you have yield or stop control, 2% maximum on the cross slope. Next slide. Where you have a signalized intersection, so vehicles don't always have to stop, if they have a green light, you're allowed to have a cross slope up to 5%. And the reason for that is basically trying to understand the pedestrian requirements, the vehicle requirements. If you have, the speed on this road is, let's say, 45 miles per hour, and the grade of the road is 7%, you don't want to design the intersection at 2% cross slope for pedestrian street crossing, because you're not going to be able to maintain the flow of traffic, because inevitably vehicles would have to slow down to get from that 7% to the 2% and then back up. So where you have signalized intersection, in other words, without yield or stop control, I think that's the language in PROWAG, you're allowed a cross slope up to 5%. Next slide. Now, when you have a pedestrian street crossing that is mid-block, that cross slope can match the grade of the street or highway. So you have this mid-block crossing in this image. If this street is running at 8%, well, that mid-block crossing can have a cross slope of 8%. You don't have to flatten out the mid-block crossing area. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to take a break here, and then Scott will take over. Let's do 5 minutes. So back at 10:55. Scott, would that be enough time for you to take us through lunch hour?
Absolutely. I will start right at 10:55.
Okay.
And if there's any, I haven't seen any questions in the chats. Feel free to send in questions as we go along, guys, if you want to. If you want to hold them till the question time, that's fine, but we will try to answer them along the way as well. So see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Scott, before you get started, I have a couple questions that have come in through the GoToWebinar software here that I placed into the chat for you and Julia.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. What am I doing wrong on my chat? Oh, I see it now. Sorry.
Is it that little drop down arrow? Because I'm not seeing question. Is there a question?
Well, you got to scroll, and it doesn't scroll for you. That's what the difference is.
There you go.
I see.
Okay, I think we're ready to start up. Hopefully everybody's back from their little break. So Juliet's going to interrupt me the way I interrupted her. So she can feel free to do that at any time.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about cross slope driveways to start out with in my portion of this. So, you know, when you're dealing with doing driveways, a lot of times we're only thinking about making sure the car doesn't bottom out, you know, all that kind of stuff, and making sure that it's not going to be a problem for the car to come out into the roadway. And a lot of times the pedestrian becomes kind of an afterthought. And so what we want to bring to your attention here is that if you have control of this and have the ability and the right of way to do it with, there are solutions to doing a driveway in such a way so that you're not in a situation like the guy in the drawing is, where he has to do a sudden abrupt change from a compliant cross slope to the driveway slope. And because that can be a real problem for all users, especially for a manual chair users. We haven't mentioned this yet today, but I'll probably mention it several times today, and this will be the first. Is that with a manual chair, a lot of people don't realize that a manual chair doesn't flex. You know, most of your cars flex. So if you think about your design vehicle as a wheelchair, in this situation, a manual chair isn't going to flex to the change in situation. Most manual chairs are rigid on purpose because they're easier to push and easier to control when they're rigid. If they had a lot of flexibility, a lot of your pushing would end up going into the flexing of the frame and not into getting the chair to roll forward or to turn or whatever. So it is very rigid for performance purposes and for, you know, just getting from point A to point B. So when you hit something like this and your front wheel comes up off the ground or goes down and your back wheel comes off the ground, when you lose your back wheel in a manual wheelchair, you're going whatever direction gravity takes you, because you've lost control of your chair once the back wheel comes off the ground, either one of them or both of them. So it is something to be aware of. And, you know, a lot of times you can't control this, but when you can, we try to show you some basic ideas of what you can do. Not that they're absolute the only way to do it, but just a couple ideas. So here's one where they've kind of put the apron outside of the path and moved the path in a little bit so that the apron still meets the requirements for the vehicle, but it hasn't interrupted the pedestrian flow. And there are other ways of doing it as well, like lowering the whole, I'll go back, like lowering the, you could lower the whole sidewalk down and do it that way. There are other things you can do. This is just one example if you've got the right way to do it with and you've got the ability to do it. So surfaces need to meet the requirements of stable, firm, and slip resistant. That means that you're not doing loose gravel or any kind of loose material. You typically are doing some sort of a concrete or asphalt. It can be brick if it's been done properly, or paving stones. This is an example down here at the bottom left, shows you brick or a paving stone that has been done in such a way that while there still is a grout line, the grout has been brought up to the top, so that it's the same level as the brick, and that can work. Now that is a maintenance, some would say a maintenance nightmare, but it is a maintenance obligation when you do something like that. Another way of doing it is just putting the bricks so that they're next to each other and not having any bevel on the bricks. But again, that's a maintenance obligation too. So we're not saying that you have to do everything asphalt or concrete. We're just saying that, whatever you choose to use needs to be stable, firm, and slip resistant, and meet the requirements of not more than a 1/4 inch abrupt edge, 1/2 inch beveled along the way. There, and then we have openings that we talk about. When you have an opening in the path that needs to be elongated for drainage purposes, you would want to have that opening be orientated in such a way that the long dimension would be perpendicular to the direction of travel. Now, if you don't know the predominant direction of travel in your situation, if you don't have to do elongated openings, you can do square openings, because we do allow a 1/2 inch maximum opening, and I think we talk about that in the upcoming slides. So let's go on to the next slide. So this is the change in level that we require on the surfaces, and that's a 1/4 inch abrupt is allowed. Okay, but with bricks, you don't want a 1/4 inch every single brick, so you want to try to keep those as level as possible. And then we allow up to a 1/2 inch if the second half, either the whole thing is beveled 1 to 2, or the second half of the from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch is beveled 1 to 2. So you can either do a full bevel like this is shown for the whole elevation change from 0 to a 1/2 inch, or you can do a 1/4 inch abrupt with a 1/2 inch bevel for the or a 1 to 2 bevel for the other 1/4 inch. Now, we do have, when we talked about openings earlier and they were only a 1/2 inch maximum, we have this big old thing called a flangeway gap allowance that is in the right of way for pedestrian grade level crossings of railroad tracks. And when I talk to people with disabilities and they say, you hold everything to 1/2 inch, and then you let these rail guys do this big old gap that I can basically drop into, and it's true. We do allow that only because up until now, as far as I know, if anybody knows differently, please let us know. But right now, there's a problem with the gap fillers, the flangeway gap fillers that are used, that if you have freight going through this rail, the flangeway gap filler is either too soft to survive a freight train going through it, or it's strong enough to avoid the freight, or to not be damaged by the freight train, but be too strong for any other weight of train, and it can cause derailment. And so we're not really interested in the business of derailing trains. So until there is a flangeway gap filler that can meet both needs, we have to leave this gap of 2.5 inches for light rail and 3 inches for freight. Now, all of you know I assume what a flangeway gap is. It's for the side of the inside side of the wheel for a train to stay on the track. It's a little flange that's on the wheel that gives it the ability to do that, and the wheel, as it rolls along the track, wiggles on that path, and that's the reason why the gap is so large. What can happen like I mentioned with the flange, there are flange weight gap fillers, and if you can use them for light, that's great. They generally they don't work well with freight, but there are gap fillers available, and if they're been approved or are working for what you need them for, then that's great. We don't technically require them, but it is an improvement to get the job done, because when you're rolling over these rails, that's a pretty big gap, and what can happen is this, where your front wheel falls into that gap because the casters turn. Okay, if your casters turn at all, you drop down into that gap, and the sad situation is that either somebody comes along and helps you, or the train comes and it's not a pretty picture. So I don't mean to be gross or anything, but it's life. You either get some help in this situation, or it's a done deal. So it is an issue, and we are very much aware of it, and we don't like the fact that we have to allow this flange weight gap for pedestrian grade level crossings, but it's a fact of life that we're not ready at this time to require a flange weight gap. And Juliet, if you look at the questions and make sure that if there's anything that we can discuss on the stuff that you've covered as well as the stuff that I'm covering, just let me know.
Will do.
And so another big thing about railroad crossings that is a pet peeve of mine, and that's why I put this slide in here, is that maintenance is necessary. And obviously these are not very well maintained, and that can affect the ability to get across the rail as well. So you want to make sure that the railroad company that you're dealing with is maintaining their crossings that they're providing, or if you have jurisdiction over the crossing, that you're maintaining the crossing. Typically that's the railroad that has to do that, but you can, as the put as much weight as you can into them to say, look, you've got to maintain these crossings for, this is not only a safety issue for a person with a disability, it's a safety issue for all users. So imagine if you tripped on this and fell, it's an issue for all users, not just people with disabilities. And so I will now get off my soapbox and move on to other things. So alternate pedestrian accessible routes. Juliet took you through pedestrian accessible routes. I'm going to take you a little bit through the alternate pedestrian accessible routes. We reference part 6 of the MUTCD for temporary routes. We want you to maintain pedestrian usability around a construction zone. Same side alternate routes if feasible. Want you to consider, if you have a crossing that is involved with the route that isn't a normal crossing, say it's a mid-block crossing that you've put in for a person to cross and avoid the construction and have them cross the street, then you might want to consider an APS. If there's an extra crossing required, APS is an accessible pedestrian signal. And the MUTCD, it requires a cane detectable barricade and also a trailable edge barricade. So I'd show you 2 examples here. One is the one on the right is a Jersey barrier. We all know these. This is what DC looked like all over the place right after 9/11. If anybody was in Washington DC right after the attack of 9/11, there were Jersey barriers everywhere, and a lot of times they drop it at the top of a curb ramp, causing a lot of accessibility issues. But a Jersey barrier is a trailable edge. It isn't required to be a Jersey barrier. It could be any kind of pedestrian delineation device. There's a lot of devices available out there that can be used, but we would require an alternate route around the construction zone. Now, if you don't want them on the same side of the street and you want them to cross, then you would, in the next slide, I'll show you in the MUTCD what it talks about with there. This one over on the left I show you because a lot of people think that, you know, tape and cones is a, you know, like a force field that is impenetrable and is completely safe. And if you're a blind pedestrian, a couple of cones and tape don't really stop you unless you're aware of the need to stop. And so a better protection is these kind of fencing materials that's more complete and actually gives you the ability to detect the fact that you're not supposed to go in this area, because this has obviously been cordoned off for you know, it's construction debris. But a lot of times you'll see this done with, you know, a few cones and some yellow tape, and they think they've, you know, they've stopped all situations. And for a blind pedestrian, you know, they're not seeing that. And so it's something to be aware of. And that's the kind of stuff we talk about in when we talk about an alternate pedestrian access route, and chapter 6 or section 6 of the MUTCD talks about as well. So now this shows you two situations, and this is from the MUTCD in part 6. It shows you two situations. One is where you've provided, the one on the right shows you where you've provided a route around the construction. And notice the barricade that's delineating that. And then there's the other option where if you don't want them to, the pedestrian to be on the same side of the street, you provide the signage that indicates that they need to cross at the intersection and use the other side of the street and then cross back. So, hopefully that explains what we're getting at here. So,
Hey, Scott.
yes.
A question just came in that's pertinent to this, and it is there any time that an accessible route is not required? For example, if the construction is only for a short period of time, such as a week?
Okay, well, I think a week is probably long enough to need some level of protection. It doesn't necessarily need to be a full-blown, you know, thing, but a week is fairly long. When we're talking about temporary, neither MUTCD, Federal Highway, nor ourselves are really comfortable saying how long does this need to be before we trigger all these requirements. You know, if you have a situation where you've got a say you're doing some utility work and your guys go off to lunch, my recommendation is to, instead of having them just put up the tape and the cones, is to put up something like this so they can go off to lunch, they can leave the manhole open, then go off to lunch and come back and nobody's fallen into the utility hole. So that's what I would recommend. And then, but I understand the issue of what you're getting at, but a week is a fairly long time. And it, you know, it also depends on what the MUTCD basically says is if there was a route and you're interrupting it, you need to provide an alternate route. Now, I would have to agree with that. And if it's probably more than, I would say, I don't know how to, Juliet, do you have any thoughts on? I'm not really comfortable saying X is 10, Y is too short.
Right. And in the absence of an exact time, whether it be from us or Federal Highways, I would suggest looking at it through the lens of risk mitigation. If something were to happen, someone were to fall into this thing, any sort of accident because you decided, well, it's only going to be a couple of hours or just a week, you want to make sure you're really thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you several stories that are fairly scary for blind pedestrians who have fallen into utility holes that have been left open, and all they had around them were two cones, and they didn't ever even feel the two cones because they weren't going in the same direction that the cones were in. So it's just, you need to be aware that if you leave something open like that or leaves debris laying around, somebody's may have a problem with it. And this solution right here. These things fold up and you can throw them in the back of the truck just like you do cones. But they're a whole lot better than just a cone because a cone only covers so much area. So I'm not trying to like endorse a product, because I know that this is just one example, but there are several other examples of this type of fencing situation that can be fairly easily set up and be a temporary solution for those temporary situations. But I think if you're talking about a week, you've probably bought some sort of barricade obligation, because it's a fairly long time to expect somebody to just guess what they're supposed to do. So
Another question related to this that came up: who is supposed to set up the plan? Many engineers just note that there needs to be an alternate route on the drawings. Is the engineer required to have a complete plan in writing? That's really an internal decision. I know it's very common when you're closing off roadways, you always do a vehicle detour plan. So you need to do the same for pedestrians. So it's an internal decision. I would assume it would be the engineer who'd go out and look at the site and see what implications are for construction and have a plan in place. Because when the complaint comes in, it's coming to the Department of Transportation, not to one single person. So internally, the decision needs to be made as to how the pedestrian access route detour plan is going to take place and communicate it to everyone.
right. And I know that, like, for example, DDOT, which is DC Department of Transportation, who's a city entity, not a state, but what they have a policy that they make all the people that are doing construction, the actual companies that are doing the construction, to provide the alternate route and to provide a plan for that alternate route, and also provide all the barriers and whatever's required. And sometimes that's not enforced, but because not everybody's watching it. But I have actually seen situations where they didn't do it, and you call up the DDOT and tell them about it, and they're out there fixing, having the construction company fix that as fairly quickly, because it is a policy, and it can be a policy of a state or local government to say that the construction company that's doing the construction has to provide the alternate route and the plan for it. It doesn't have to be done by you guys. If you're paying another company to do the work, they can do that work as well. So anyway, let's so let's get into curb ramps, unless there's any other questions about temporary traffic. Juliet?
You good?
Okay, cool. So the curb ramp basics is 8.3% maximum, or 1 in 12 is what I usually refer to it as, because it's technically 8.3333333333. I'm just kidding. But so 8.3%. We have a length limit, which I'll talk about in a future slide, but it's basically we don't require the curb ramp to be longer than 15 feet to get your elevation change from the road to the sidewalk level. We have a 2% cross slope requirement, or 148 cross slope requirement. The width is the same as the PAR, so the pedestrian access route is 4 feet. The curb ramp width should be 4 feet. The shared use path, we require the curb ramp to be the full width of the shared use path. So if you want the crossing to be narrower than your 10 or 12 foot shared use path, there's nothing stopping you from tapering that whole shared use path down to a narrower point at the crossing. But what we don't want you to do is have a 12-foot wide shared use path and stick a 4-foot wide curb ramp in the center of it, because as you'll may or may not know, everybody with wheels, including bicyclists and even some pedestrians, immediately gravitate to that ramp, that curb ramp, and it makes it be a bottleneck to accomplish the crossing if you're only providing a 4-foot wide curb ramp at a 12-foot wide shared use path, for example. So we do say that the shared use path, at the shared use path, the curb ramp should be the full width of shall be the full width of the shared use path. So landing at the top of the perpendicular curb ramp, clear space at the bottom outside of the parallel travel lane. We require a flush transitions. So we're not talking about flushes in, I flushed that, but as in a flush, as in at the same level. So no 1/4-inch abrupt edges on a transition from the gutter to the curb ramp, for example. And then we require perpendicular grade breaks on the ramps themselves. So if the ramp, and that's perpendicular to the direction of the ramp run. So this is your cookie cutter curb ramp, as I call it. And you have your approach, you have your landing, you have your ramp, and then you have your flares. Now, some of you may have this as a rubber stamp. As an engineer, you may have this as a rubber stamp in your collection. And as you're doing your projects, you just take your rubber stamp and go to the intersection. You go plunk, 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 and you go, okay, those are all the curb ramps for that intersection. If there's nothing else you learned today from the curb ramp section, I always want to say here that this particular curb ramp does not fit all situations. This curb ramp is the only curb ramp people used for years because it's the only one that was ever illustrated in ADAG for some silly reason. And if you look at the ADA guidelines, even for buildings and facilities that have been out there since 1990, none of them say the ramp has to be perpendicular to the curb for a curb ramp. So yes, a parallel curb ramp has been and continues to be and will continue to be an acceptable solution in some situations, or any kind of combination of a perpendicular or a parallel curb ramp, or a blended transition, which I'll talk to you about in a few minutes, where you maybe depress the whole corner or you raise the crossing. All those things are completely legal solutions to your elevation change at the crossing. Nobody says you have to cram this thing and try to shoehorn it into every little intersection that you design. So if you have this rubber stamp in your arsenal of stuff, I encourage you to throw it away. So, but anyway, this is just your basic curb ramp, and it's a perpendicular curb ramp. And so this is what it typically looks like out in the field. You've got your curb. It's perpendicular to the curb, and it comes up usually at least 6 feet for the 6-inch elevation change. And this is what it looks like in kind of a 3-dimensional view. But there are other curb ramps available to you. There are parallel curb ramps where parallel curb ramps are really good for when you have a narrow right-of-way, because remember in the previous slide, you're required to have a landing at the top of this curb ramp. And the nice thing about the parallel curb ramp is if you have a narrow right-of-way and a very limited width of sidewalk, you can actually do a parallel curb ramp where you have 2 ramps come down to a level landing, and that level landing is the landing for that curb ramp. There's no top landing requirement on a parallel curb ramp. The landing is at the bottom of both of the ramps. And it also usually helps orientate the person to the crossing and then to accomplish the crossing. So this is, it shows you here on the right how it orientates, how you can orientate the pedestrians so that they're crossing the road. And also it provides an opportunity for a narrow sidewalk, because you don't have to provide a landing at the top. So, and these are perfectly allowed. They have been perfectly allowed since 1990. They just never were illustrated, and so nobody realizes that they were an option. So now here you have a raised crossing where you may raise the crossing for the pedestrian. You make sure you notice the detectable warning goes wherever the curb disappears. So when the curb disappears, the detectable warning starts, and then when the curb reappears, the detectable warning ends. So that's a raised crossing. It could be, I have seen situations where they raise the entire intersection. Okay, so it's not as much of a up and down situation for the vehicles, but it could just be a raised crossing or a raised intersection, or you could have what we call a depressed corner, which I jokingly refer to as, a corner that really needs a pep talk. So this is where you bring your sidewalk, the whole sidewalk, down to the street level, and so the whole corner is at the street level. Now this can be a problem for high traffic areas that you may need to put like some sort of a bollard or something at the corner to keep vehicles from cutting the corner and running over the poor pedestrians that are sitting at this corner waiting to cross. That's perfectly legal for you to do. But these are just some examples of some difference. We called them blended transitions because we didn't want to call them curb ramps, but this is basically what they are: is a raised crossing or a corner that you've brought down to the street level. Now, in the public right-of-way guidelines, I know y'all are going to say, but Scott, 4 is cheaper than 8. Well, diagonal curb ramps are not the best thing since sliced bread. They actually cause a lot of problems for blind pedestrians. It could lead them out into the middle of the intersection if they're using the curb ramp as their guide to know where to cross, which they've been trained not to do typically. But if somebody hasn't had the training, they may make an assumption that it's the direction of the crossing. It also causes problems for conflicts with the drivers, because if you're coming down on this curb ramp, like the one on the left, you're coming down this curb ramp. This driver doesn't know if you're going to be crossing in front of him or just continuing parallel to him. And so, like you may be crossing parallel east-west, and if we have north as the up arrow in this drawing, if you're crossing east-west, but you have to kind of diagonally come out like this driver who's cruising along at, say, 45 or so miles an hour is really concerned that you're about to cross into his path because you've only provided one corner curb ramp for both crossings. So we've only permitted them in right-of-way alterations as a last option. So if you've exhausted all your other options, then yeah, you can do a diagonal curb ramp. Otherwise, you should provide 2 curb ramps per corner. And that's where we show you here. 2 curb ramps per corner are going to be a lot better for a lot of people. You're going to have your curb ramp wholly within the crossing that it serves. You're going to have a lot less conflict with your the cars and the pedestrians not knowing which crossing you're trying to attempt, and all those types of things. So 2 curb ramps per corner is the typical requirement and new construction requirement. And again, as mentioned in the previous slide, in alterations, a diagonal curb ramp is only allowed when all other options have been exhausted under the current proposed guidelines. So now, if you do a depressed corner, of course, that covers both of these, then yes, one depressed corner is the same thing as 2 curb ramps if you've done it properly. So I get some questions sometimes. Well, does that mean I have to provide two blended transitions, you know, a depressed corner or a raised crossing? Not necessarily. It just depends on how you've designed it, on whether you have to provide 2 or not. If the one depressed corner completely covers both crossings, that's perfectly fine. Now, in this slide, I'm going to show you two different things. I'm going to show you the route that everybody wants to take and most people take. Okay, that's that route. But see, I went out, and Juliet and I were out, and I spent a little too much time in the bar after our presentation. So this is the route I took because I use a wheelchair. Not necessarily because I'm actually intoxicated, because I don't drink, but that's the route I have to take, which is like at least twice as long. Okay, now in this jurisdiction, this, interestingly enough, I'm not going to tell you what the jurisdiction is, but in this particular jurisdiction, they're required to only provide diagonal curb ramps. Even though a directional curb ramp or a 2 curb ramps on a corner would have made a whole lot more sense in this particular design, for some reason, and this is in the past, it may not be the case anymore. Hope it's not, but this jurisdiction is required to do diagonal curb ramps, and that's why it ended up this way. But it's fairly clear what should have been done. So now, if you've got a lot of right-of-way, you could do something like this, where you do a combination curb ramp, where you do part of it as a parallel curb ramp and part of it as a perpendicular curb ramp. And we talked about the 15-foot rule, and then what that is if you are chasing grade at a steep roadway grade, and you're going along here, and your maximum curb ramp slope 1 in 12, okay, it's going to be like, let's say 20 feet before you get to the sidewalk level. What we're allowing you to do, this is one of these provisions that we've provided, realizing the world is not flat, that basically allows you to truncate that to 15 feet and then adjust the slope. And yes, we know it's exceeding 1 in 12. Okay, you adjust the slope to have that grade, that elevation change happen within 15 feet. Now, this is one of those things that we realize it's not the greatest accessibility solution in the world. It's merely a recognition that the world is not flat. So now, curb ramp cross slope. The cross slope is 2% typically. At stop and yield controlled crossings, it would be 2% or 148. At crossings without stop or yield, or at a signalized intersection, you would have a 5% or 1 in 20 cross slope. And notice this is for a shared use path, and it is the full width of the curb ramp is the full width of the shared use path. Again, full width of the shared use path. And is there a maximum width of a curb ramp? No, there's not. That's what I usually ask in a live session, is there a maximum width for a curb ramp? And no, there's not. It could be as wide as you want it to be, but its minimum is 4 feet. Now, this is the reason why we need landings. Landings need to happen because of the need for you to be able to not have to engage the flare as part of your route. You know, a good designed curb ramp doesn't require the pedestrian who's using a wheelchair to cross the flare to use the ramp. Okay, the flare is really only there for those guys that aren't paying attention to where they're going. It's not intended to be part of the accessible route. So that's why we have a landing at the top of a perpendicular curb ramp, is so that you can do that without having, you can use that curb ramp without having to traverse the flares. So, and here's where you've shared the landing. I know it says TS because it was turning space previously, and now it's landing. But it's the landing, and this landing can be shared on a in the picture on the left, how you can share the landing for both the curb ramps. They don't have to be separate landings. You want to avoid putting your curb ramp so that you have something at the top of the curb ramp that impedes the use of the landing. You want to make sure that you try to avoid that situation. This could be a light pole or any kind of utility. Happens to be a fire hydrant in this situation. You want to have perpendicular grade brakes, and the reason for the perpendicular grade brakes is, as we mentioned before, when that front wheel comes off the ground, you lose control, or when the front wheel goes down, the back wheel goes off the ground, and you've lost control of the wheelchair, depending on which direction gravity is taking you. And that's the reason why we want perpendicular grade brakes, so you can hit the ramp, you can hit the ramp straight on and not have to do all this wiggling around that's shown in these two graphics. It's better if both wheels hit the grade brake at the same time. So a lot of times you have to, when there isn't a perpendicular grade brake, you have to do a lot of wiggling around. That is, in new construction, we would want that to be minimized. In existing facilities since before the rule, then you might have to do some of that wiggling. But it's can be a real problem both for the cars that are not sure which direction you're headed. If you start, going in an odd angle and they're not sure what you're doing, and also it makes more work for and makes it harder to traverse the curb ramp. Now we talk about counterslope or a change of grade. Counterslope is where you've gone for the ramp, the curb ramp, and then you go up to the crown of the road. What we typically want to have happen is, if your ramp is at 8.3%, if it's at the maximum, then the crown of your road shouldn't be more than 5% for the crossing. And because if it is more, what happens is you can tip over backwards. So you want your algebraic difference of the ramp or landing slope in the street crown to be 13%. It's basically 5 plus 8. Okay. So so if you can't do that for some reason, then you want to provide a level area that transitions between the two elevation changes. Because you can tip over backwards, or it can be, what also can happen is for scooters and power chairs, if they have little wheelie wheels on the back, that keep you from tipping over backwards. Anti-tip wheels is what they typically call them. They don't call them wheelie wheels. I call them wheelie wheels. But they can catch on, the transition, and you're basically, the drive wheel comes up off the ground in a power chair or a scooter. You're pretty much stuck exactly where you are until somebody comes along and gives you a little shove to get you off that ledge that you've put yourself on. So just to be aware. And detectable warnings required at all street crossings, not all driveways. We basically say commercial driveways. Provide warning to the visually impaired that they're about to enter a hazardous area. They do not provide directional information. They provide basically just the indication that they're going from one condition to another, either from a safe condition to an unsafe condition, or from a pedestrian route to a vehicular route and vice versa. So, and they're 24 inches minimum in the direction of travel and the full width of the curb opening. And they need to contrast in color with the surrounding surface. We do not specify a color because we don't necessarily control what color is used for the surrounding surface. So that's the reason why we don't specify a color. And they are required at boarding platforms and boarding on the lighting areas at sidewalks or at above standard curb height level transit stops for rail vehicles. Anything that's a boarding in the lighting area that's raised above standard curb height would need to have a detectable warning. And I'm going to turn it over to Juliet to take us home.
Hey, Scott, real quick on maybe 2 slides before when we're talking about the width of the detectable warning at the curb cut. I think I just want to emphasize that where your shared use path is coming to the curb opening, your detectable warning surface would go the full width of that opening of the shared use path. Now, you might design it such that your shared use path starts narrowing to the minimum 4 feet, maybe 10 feet back from the roadway itself. But at that opening, when your shared use path comes all the way to the back of curb, your curb ramp opening needs to be as wide as the approaching shared use path. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, kind of like what it's showing here.
Right, right. So, okay, let's go on to, I think we're slide 56.
Yep, I'll get you there. There you are.
Okay, thank you. And this just shows the specs for detectable warning surface. They're the exact same specs we've had even with the 2010 ADA standards. So there's a very distinct design in terms of the size of the domes, the height of the domes. So you want to make sure that that's what you're using because research has shown these are detectable by cane and also detectable underfoot. And again, I think Scott pointed out already that we do not specify a color for detectable warning surface. You just have to have that contrast, light on dark, dark on light. Nor do we specify a material for your detectable warning surface. So if you live in areas of the country where there's a lot of snow, so you have snow plows that might damage your detectable warning surfaces, you want to make sure you're using the appropriate material for the, the type of, for all the conditions that you're going to have wherever you're located. So in North Carolina, you probably don't have that big of an issue with snow, I'm guessing. Next slide, slide number 57. So in this slide, we're talking about where you locate your detectable warning surface in relation to your curb ramp, in relation to the back of curb. The idea is, so when you consider, for example, a signalized intersection, you have your ped push button. And so you have a blind user, for a pedestrian, for example, coming up to the curb ramp, and they will generally stand behind that detectable warning surface. The ped crossing signal is, has a specific timing that you've set. So if you put these detectable warning surfaces, let's say 10 feet back, 7 feet back, that's where someone who's blind may be waiting for the signal to walk. But your signal timing isn't set based on that distance. So it's really important where you're locating this detectable warning surface. You want to be no more than 5 feet from the back of curb. And you have some options depending on where your grade break is. So if your grade break is at the bottom of the, you need to place the detectable warning on the curb ramp at the grade break if the space at the bottom of the ramp is less than 5 feet. You can also place that detectable warning surface on the bottom, right behind the back of curb, like the image to your right. if the space is more than 5 foot deep at any point. Another thing to remember is whenever you're placing the detectable warning surface, you want to make sure across the entire width of that curb ramp opening that you have 2 feet of detectable warning surface in the direction of travel. Because I know sometimes when the detectable warning surfaces are, kind of cut and pieced together to cover the opening of the curb ramp, sometimes these areas where maybe you don't quite have 2 feet of detectable warning surface. So be real mindful of that you maintain the required depth of detectable warning surface in the direction of travel.
One
Next.
thing
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to add, Juliet, real quick, is the other reason why you want to not be too far away from the intersection, and reason why we used 5 feet, is because you don't, as a blind pedestrian, you don't want to be so far away from the actual intersection to be able to use the cues that you've used. Some of them have used all their lives to figure out when it's time for them to cross, and that's the surge of the traffic. And the further they are from the actual intersection, the harder that is. So
Correct. And I see a question in the box, but I'm going to cover that in about 2 slides. So now we're looking at detectable warning surfaces in pedestrian refuge islands. The requirement for detectable warning surfaces is that there be 2 feet between each panel of detectable warning surface. So we show 2 examples of refuge islands here, which have a detectable warning surface on both ends of the refuge island. If your refuge island is less than 6 feet wide, then you do not need to provide detectable warning surface. So that in this case, and we don't have an example image of that, these ones are both showing the detectable warning surface on both ends. But again, that's because you're required to have a 2-foot spacing between detectable warning panels. Next slide.
And if you don't put detectable warning, if you have a situation where your refuge island isn't big enough to provide that 2-foot separation, what you'd also want to do if it's signalized is make sure you time your signal so that you can complete the whole crossing and not have pedestrians refuging in the refuge island. So.
Right. And Scott, do you want, since you have the mouse control, do you want to just kind of specify the direction we're talking about when we say 6 feet from end to end of the opening? So not the cut through width, but the distance from where
I don't know if you guys can see my my mouse, my arrow. Can you guys see my arrow?
I can see it.
Okay. Well, if you can see it, then everybody else can. So what Juliet's talking about is this dimension from here, from the edge of the road to this edge of the road, not the opening width of the cut through, but the length of it in relation to the crosswalk. So.
Right. If that's less than 6 feet, you don't have to have detectable warning surface. Next slide. Okay, and detectable warning surface are required at rail crossing, at grade rail crossings. And in PROWAG, we specify where to locate this detectable warning surface. So if you have a pedestrian gate, you want to place those detectable warning surface right at the back of that gate. So you can see in the image to the right, there's a pedestrian waiting at the detectable warning surface behind the pedestrian gate. In the absence of a gate, you see on the left-hand side, PROWAG requires you place the detectable warning surface between 6 to 15 feet from the near rail. That's where you should be placing that detectable warning surface. You don't want to place it close within the envelope of the rail for safety reasons, obviously. And so that's why we specify a distance that puts the pedestrian in a safe space when they're waiting for their turn to cross.
And Juliet, real quick, I'm going to add here, we say 6 to 15 feet. What that doesn't mean that you should go, if this is a freight rail train, we're not saying you should go as close as 6 feet with freight. We're providing a range based on, I mean, light rail probably doesn't have as, I know it doesn't have as big as dynamic envelope as a freight train does. So it's not like we're suggesting that freight be as close as 6 feet. I know I've gotten calls that say, why are you allowing to be close as 6 feet? That's just too close for a freight train. That's just, those are just dimensions that we put out there. It's not like you have to put it at 6 feet. If it's a freight train, you're probably out closer to the 15. Okay. So, just keep that in mind, because I know that's come up before, is people think we're suggesting that you get as close as 6 in a freight situation, and I would never necessarily suggest that. So,
Right. And just like with anything in our standards and guidelines, you also have to look at other safety codes that are out there when you're in relation to what we are requiring. So there might be cases where there's a safety issue and you can't meet a specific requirement. So you want to keep that in mind. Next slide. And this slide was showing, placement of detectable warning surface and really trying to highlight the requirement for the color contrast. While we do not specify a color for detectable warning surface, there must be a visual contrast with the surrounding surfaces, either light on dark or dark on light, when you're placing those detectable warning surfaces. So this takes us through the morning portion of our presentation. We have about 9 minutes, so we can, Scott, let's skim the questions that came in the chat and see if there's anything that we have missed.
Okay, sure.
But,
Take a look here. Asked a question about trash cans blocking sidewalks. That's basically just a jurisdictional thing. A lot of people with disabilities realize that the garbage can is going to be there on garbage day. You might want to think about providing a different location for those. But we don't really directly address those kind of temporary situations that are non-fixed kind of things. So
okay, there's a question about what do you do when there is only 3 feet area that appears in older areas? So I'm assuming this is a question about PROWAG requirement for a 4-foot minimum width for a pedestrian access route. And yes, there's a lot of areas and older areas where the sidewalk was built just to 3 feet. When that sidewalk is being replaced, there is an opportunity, or there might be an opportunity depending on whatever is abutting the sidewalk. But that's your opportunity to make that sidewalk wider. So again, we understand there are physical constraints that might be in place, but alterations, new construction absolutely present an opportunity to make things accessible.
but if there literally is no right of way available, then 3 feet is your maximum.
Right.
This kind of goes with another question that we get a lot about, why didn't you allow for shrinking down for 24 inches like they do in ADAG of the 48 inches? And the reason why we didn't immediately give a dimension that you could shrink down to is because we want you to only shrink down as much as you have to for an existing condition. If you can get 40 inches, why would we want you to go down to 32, for example, when you could have provided 40? So that's why we don't have a specification for a narrower width. We just say meet new construction to the maximum extent feasible. So let's see, is there any other questions?
Shared use path equals mixed use path, and this is a synonymous reference, correct? The key really is, and again, you might want to refer to that slide. There's a lot of terminology that's used to refer to different pedestrian facilities. What we look at when you're looking at what's required for accessibility, talk about what is it designed for? What's the purpose of it? And then based on that, you look at the applicable accessibility guidelines or standards. So if it fits the specifications of a shared use path, whether you locally call it a mixed use or a trail or whatever, if it meets the specifications of what we define as a shared use path, then you need to design it to an accessible shared use path.
Yep. And there's actually a definition of shared use path in the standard. So
right. And then there's a question, does PROWAG also apply to privately owned right-of-way? Well, who has jurisdiction? Do you have maybe an area that's being built up by a private entity and maintenance is going to be taken over by city, maintenance or ownership is going to be taken over by the city? So that's what a lot of it depends on. And that's not to say if a pedestrian facility is privately owned, there are no accessibility obligations at all. There might be obligation based on if it's a Title II entity, Title III entity. There's public accommodation, fair housing. Is it a housing pedestrian facility? So while PROAG may not apply to something specifically a pedestrian facility, another requirement may apply, another accessibility requirement, the 2010 ADA standards may apply.
Right. Or the Fair Housing Act requirements, or HUD Section 504 requirements if it's a district of, say, low income housing or something. So
right. This is one of those cases where you could shoot us an email if you're working on something very specific, and we might be able to direct you to what standard you need to be looking at, but we can't really make a blanket statement saying all privately owned do not need to comply with accessibility requirements.
Yeah, correct. That's the lawyer answers. It depends.
Okay, there's another question. If you match a road, for example, 8%, are you required to have landings, etc., or landings only then required at driveway crossings and intersections, etc.? I think this is speaking to where your pedestrian access route is within the right-of-way of the street, where we allow you to meet the general grade of the road. And the answer is you don't have to provide landings every so often. I mean, your sidewalk can literally run the entire length of it for, a mile or however long that street goes without the requirement for landings. So yes, we do not require landings just because your sidewalk that's matching the grade of the road is greater than 5%.
Nor do we require handrails either. So
correct, and we'll talk about that this afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think we covered them.
I think so.
Okay.
If I miss anything, maybe you might want to drop it again in the text box this afternoon. Yeah, so we're going to break here for lunch, and I believe we're back at 1.
I think that's correct, right, Joseph?
Yep, that is the plan. And there was there's one question that I saw that we missed. It was for pedestrian crossings at a loop, at an interchange where traffic will be free flow, so no stop or yield. Would this crossing be in the category of without yield or stop control or mid block?
In a loop, do you mean like a roundabout?
Or an op on a highway?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. You can see if Han can unmute himself. Interchange loop. He just popped that in there.
Oh, interchange loop. I leave that to Juliet because that's beyond my pay grade. So I'm not even sure what interchange loop looks like. So
Right. I think this is when you're getting on or off the highway is what it sounds like to me.
Mhm.
And, and so if you don't have yield or stop control, I mean, do you have pedestrian facilities there? So you're probably able to use the mid block because you don't have any traffic control whatsoever. And again, remember, in alterations, you're looking at designing to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of your project. So if this is already existing, you're limited to whatever physical conditions are in place. But you can match the grade of the road on the ramp.
Okay, great. And
When you're designing that ramp, you're going to be required to meet certain grades just to get up to the intersection.
right, right.
Yeah. If you have more questions, feel free to contact us directly on that one.
Sounds good. And while we take our break for lunch here, I'm just going to give everybody a reminder: you can leave the meeting open. I'll keep everything running here, and we will be back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, everybody. Or say anything at the afternoon session? You want me to just start it at 1 o'clock? Okay, it's 1 o'clock on my clock. How about you?
Yep.
Okay. We had, I think, around 70 to start with today, and we got 63 now. So, is Joseph on?
Hey guys, I'm here. Sorry about that. I've restarted the recording, so we're ready to go.
Okay, do you want to say anything in the beginning or want me to just start?
I think you're good to get us going.
Okay. So I noticed a question that came in at 12:55, and I'll try to answer that during this quiz. This quiz is about detectable warnings at commercial driveways. I'll talk a little bit about it in regards to this quiz, so I'll try to answer that as we go along here. But we thought we'd break the afternoon tiredness of after you eat with a quiz. And so what I'm giving you here is several different detectable warning configurations, and we can get your fingers ready to your keyboard. I want to see a few texts from somebody tell me whether number one is correctly placed detectable warnings or not. Doesn't have to be everybody, but at least somebody could say yes or no, please. Okay, we're waking up real good. Number one, the detectable warnings are placed correctly. Okay. Contrast, should be all right, I guess. I'm not sure. But how about number two? Number two is pretty wild and crazy, isn't it, Juliet?
It is.
So it might work for the coming up or down the one sidewalk, but not the one that's going north south. If north is up in the picture, that's not going to really work for somebody. You might just walk right over it. And then number three, somebody clearly didn't realize they needed to bring this corner down to street level or something. I'm not sure what's going on here, but detectable warnings really aren't required on number three. If there's already a curb there, a curb is what blind pedestrians have used to know where the edge of the road and the sidewalk was for years. Detectable warnings are around because of us guys in wheelchairs making it so they couldn't use the curb anymore. So really kind of unnecessary. I'm not sure what happened there. There's a miscommunication somewhere.
Right, but if that was a curb ramp, that detectable warning placement is incorrect because you have those gaps in there. Remember, it needs to cover the full width, the entire opening.
Correct. Yeah, but since they don't need them anyway, they're this one kind of makes you scratch your head and go, who didn't talk to who? So number four, remember we prefer perpendicular grade breaks. So it doesn't look like there is a perpendicular grade break here. If there was, let's just pretend like if there was, then it would still meet the requirements because it is 2 foot depth minimum, although it's looking a little shy of 2 feet on the left-hand side. I can't quite tell because I can't quite tell dimension-wise, but it's looking, it might be a little shy on the left. And then number 5 is another one that makes you kind of scratch your head and go, somebody didn't listen to the trainer on this one. Usually detectable warnings aren't at the top of the curb ramp. So the contrast issue there is going to be a problem as well, even though it's been misplaced. And then I'm going to try to answer the question about commercial driveways as much as I can with number 6. Number 6 shows us a driveway and it's got detectable warnings. Now this driveway may have enough traffic and enough use to warrant the need for, I hate to say warrant, but to have the need for detectable warnings. But what we typically use as kind of a guide of whether detectable warnings are needed is what I basically tell people when I talk to them on technical assistance. And Juliet, you can you can tell them what you tell people. But what I tell people is if it quacks like an intersection, it probably needs to be treated like an intersection. In other words, if it has some sort of traffic control or a signal at the driveway, or even just a stop sign at the driveway, if it's that busy that it needs to be told what to do for traffic, it probably needs to have detectable warnings for a blind pedestrian to know that they're going from a pedestrian condition to a vehicular condition. So it's kind of, I don't really have the silver bullet for what constitutes the need for detectable warnings at a driveway and what doesn't. But what we don't want to do is just blanketly say all driveways need to have detectable warnings, because then we'd have a detectable warning. If you can imagine a street with a bunch of residential driveways, you could have detectable warnings every 10 feet. That just starts losing its meaning. So, Juliet, is there anything you say about detectable warnings in regards to driveway?
No, just like you said, if it has merited a stop sign, for example, for vehicular control, then you likely have enough vehicular and pedestrian traffic to have detectable warning surface as well. But otherwise, you don't want to randomly place detectable warning at every commercial driveway.
Yeah. Or especially residential driveways too.
Right.
Now, this is kind of a before and after scenario. And the reason why I bring this up, this was shared to me from the person who had Juliet's job before Juliet. And if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think you gave this to me. Did you, Juliet?
No, I didn't.
This series of pictures? Okay.
Yeah.
So it must have been the person before you. So what the situation here is that, as you can see, it's quite a difficult intersection because it's got a lot of raised sidewalks and it's right at the corner of a building and all this kind of things. And it took a few scenarios. They went through a few different ideas to come up with the final solution. And what I'm trying to point out here is they didn't just try to slap a curb ramp in here and try to get it to work. They actually put in some real thought to this, and this is what they came up with as a solution. And this is pretty nice. I mean, they just lowered the whole corner. They still have a curb, so they have curb ramps, but they lowered the corner, and it's a lot. This is a very clean solution for the situation they have, and according to the descriptions that were given to me when the slides were given to me, is that it wasn't something they came up with the first try. It took them a couple of tries in design. They didn't actually build anything more than once, but they came up with a few designs. They kept going back to the drawing board till they got the solution, which I think is quite nice and elegant. It's wouldn't you say, Juliet, that it's not a bad solution to if we go back to the before, remember, it was pretty ugly looking. So, I mean, to go from that to this is pretty good, I think. And it's just kind of gives you the idea that if you try hard enough, you can make it work and still meet the requirements.
And this highlights the importance of actually going out in the field and designing to the specific intersections instead of just sticking a standard in the plans.
Yep. That is true. Okay, so now that everybody's nicely awake and have been quizzed, I'm going to turn it back over to Juliet to take us through protruding objects and so forth. So.
All right, thank you, Scott. And just like we did in the morning session, we will take a break around at 2 o'clock, or roughly slide 85. So I'll go ahead and start on protruding objects. Um, for protruding objects, the requirements are the same as in the 2010 ADA standards, the building standards. And so they're based on the range of cane detection. So pedestrians with who are blind or have low vision and use a cane, there's a certain range within which they can detect objects. Obviously, you don't see them walking around swinging their canes up above or in front of their head, so they will not detect protruding objects above. And so also when they're detecting below, there's a certain range that their cane will actually detect before they physically bump into an object. And so between 27 inches off the ground and 80 inches off the ground, you cannot have anything protruding more than 4 inches. The most important thing is, like, this applies to the entire pedestrian circulation route. So whereas like earlier this morning when we're talking about if you have, let's say, on an urban sidewalk that's 8 feet wide and only 4 feet is required to be the pedestrian access route, the entire 8-foot width is the pedestrian circulation route, because a blind pedestrian is obviously not going to see that, well, if I track on this side of the sidewalk, I'll miss any objects. So there cannot be protruding objects anywhere within the pedestrian circulation route, the entire width of that sidewalk shared use path. Where this becomes a problem in practice is maintenance. So like when you look at the picture to the far right, tree branches overhanging into the sidewalk. You want to make sure you have a robust maintenance program whereby your maintenance crew is going out and making sure the pedestrian circulation path stays clear of any protruding objects, whether they be from trees or from shrubs. And then also, whenever you place signage, for example, detour signs or signs informing vehicles that the road will be closed or the lanes will narrow in 100 feet, whatever information signs that you're placing, a lot of times they're placed real close to the sidewalk where they might protrude into the pedestrian circulation path. So you want to keep in mind how you're doing your maintenance and how you're placing any new objects or even temporary objects into your pedestrian facility area. Next slide. So this slide here shows you dimensions for your signage. Like I mentioned before, signs that you might put to inform whether it be pedestrians or vehicles about something that's coming ahead, or something that's closed or construction. Depending on what type of sign you're using, there's different specs that sign must meet in terms of like how wide the base is, the overhang on the base. Again, the protruding object issue between 27 and 80 inches. So those are all things that you need to look at when you're going to use any signage, permanent or temporary, in the pedestrian facilities. So if you have post-mounted objects, remember they cannot protrude more than 4 inches beyond the base. And then if you have posts, where you have 2 posts on a sign like the far right image, the space, if there's a space greater than 12 inches between the posts, it must be detectable. So think of how a blind pedestrian would navigate around this signage. They need to be able to cane detect it before they actually bump into it. Next slide.
I'll just add a little bit of flavor of personal experiences. We used to have a colleague, this is before Juliet's time, who was fairly independent. He used a cane and he was blind. He was a staff member at the board, and he came in one day with this big old gouge in his forehead. And we all went, Doug, what happened? What happened? He says, I ran into one of those stupid construction signs that has been left in the the sidewalk, those signs that say, road construction ahead for vehicles, and they stick them in the sidewalk, and it wasn't properly put down, and so it became a protruding object, and he hit it in such a way that it put a big old gouge in his forehead. Now, that's not probably anything to really stress over, but it's a reality that everybody needs to think about what they're doing when they put those kinds of signs in. I understand that drivers need to know that road construction is ahead or so forth, but it doesn't necessarily need to be in the pedestrian route. So,
Right. Next slide. So now we're going to switch gears and talk about ramps. The requirements for ramps in PROWAG are similar to the requirements for ramps in the 2010 ADA standards. So it's similar to the building standards. Now, one thing that sometimes people mess up on is when they're looking at PROWAG, they'll be designing a curb ramp, but also referring to ramp requirements. Remember, the requirements are distinctly different. Handrails are never required on curb ramps, whereas they may be required on ramps. And then also, when you have steep sidewalk, let's say you have sidewalk that's running along the edge, along a street that has a 10% grade, and the sidewalk happens to be 10%. That doesn't make that sidewalk a ramp. So PROWAG would not require handrails. Now, if you do choose to put handrails there, we have accessibility requirements for the handrails. And then also, if you have a steep drop off right next to your sidewalk, PROWAG does not call for handrails there either. You can choose to put handrails, and they must be compliant. So again, keep in mind when you're looking at PROWAG, there's a section for curb ramps, and there's a section for ramps, and the requirements are different. So for ramps, I mean, a few things are similar. For example, the maximum slope on ramps is 8.3%. Although curb ramps, we talked about the 15-foot rule where you may be able to exceed that 8.3%. Cross slope, same 2% max. Notice the clear width on ramp. The minimum clear width is less than what is required everywhere else in PROWAG, which is the 4 feet minimum or the entire width of a shared use path. If you have a ramp, the minimum clear width is 36 inches. And there's also a maximum rise for each run of a ramp if you have a series of ramps. When you have handrails, they're required on both sides. Same with edge protection. And then with ramps, you're required to have level landings at the top and the bottom of the ramp. I see a question. I'm assuming that we also need to put handrails in if there's a drop. No, you do not. PROWAG does not require you to put handrails on sidewalk that has a drop adjacent to it. PROWAG only requires, go ahead, Scott.
Depending on the size of the drop, though, you may still have some life safety requirements that may require you to do something with a guardrail, but that's different than a handrail. We don't require a handrail on a drop off. So
right. Next slide. Okay, so continuing our conversation on ramps, when you're required to have edge protection, it must be on both sides. And in this image, we showed two different ways of providing edge protection. You can either provide edge protection by extending the ramp surface. So the picture to the right, you can see the ramp surface is extended 12 inches minimum on either side of the ramp. And then the other option is you can use curb or barrier. When you do that, you have to make sure that that curb or barrier that you use prevents the passage of a 4-inch diameter sphere. So there's a maximum gap that you can have between the surface and the curb or barrier to prevent passage of anything that would be about a 4-inch diameter sphere.
And
Next.
that provision, Juliet, comes from building codes. It's basically an entrapment issue for children to avoid getting their head stuck between the rail and the surface, or a rail and another rail. So it's a safety thing that's just kind of carried over from the IBC. So it's not really anything to do with accessibility, other than that's also the height for the curb, so a wheel doesn't roll off the edge, and it's also a good height for you to stop casters or crutches from going off the edge. So we just kind of use that dimension as well for accessibility, but the gap issue comes from a safety issue for children. So
okay, next slide. So here we talk about handrails, and again, remember, handrails are not required on curb ramps, no matter how steep those curb ramps are. That doesn't mean you can't provide them based on safety or what have you, but from an accessibility standpoint, from what PROWAG requires, you don't have to have handrails on curb ramps. Now, where you have ramps with a rise greater than 6 inches, you must provide handrails. Whether you provide handrails that are required for accessibility, or you provide handrails that might be required for safety, with the expectation that pedestrians are going to be using them to navigate your facility, you have to look at the specifications for handrails. So there's a knuckle clearance. If you have your handrails attached to a wall or something, you need to make sure you have that 1.5-inch minimum knuckle clearance. There's a specification for the diameter of the handrail, basically where the pedestrian would be holding onto. This applies to the outer diameter, and that can be within 1.25 inches to 2 inches. Your handrail can have either a circular or non-circular cross section, and we have images below that show the dimensions, the maximums for the diameter of the handrail cross section. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to switch gears and talk about accessible pedestrian signals at pedestrian street crossings. So accessible pedestrian signals, or APS, provide both a visual and audible information. And obviously this is helpful for people who are blind or people who are deaf. So you need both components, the visual and the audible. And in terms of the crossing time for pedestrian street crossings, we reference the MUTCD, which calls for 3.5 feet per second. Now we have another slide that talks a little bit more about roundabouts, but just to touch on it here, roundabouts are difficult for all pedestrians to traverse. Now, if you have a roundabout and you're providing facilities for pedestrians to cross through the roundabout, you need to make sure you provide some type of pedestrian demand signalization. Next slide. So like I mentioned, PROWAG provides a minimum, which is 3.5 feet per second crossing time. But something to keep in mind is PROWAG, just like with a lot of our standards for accessibility, is what we provide is the bare minimum. But what you want to design to is you want to design for your users. So while the crossing time may be 3.5 seconds, what you want to look at is the audience that you're designing for. So if this is a location where you have a large population, or whether it be senior citizens, maybe even kids, or whatever the demographic of your pedestrian is that might need a longer crossing time, then you're not required to stick with the 3.5 if you can provide better crossing time for the safety of the users, again, based on the demographic of your pedestrians that you're designing for. So you also always want to take that into consideration. Next slide.
I just have to add the joke here. I always like to point out that the person here in the black and white, she obviously has done this intersection before because she's got her running shoes on. So,
right. Todd adds the comedy to our presentations. Next slide. So in this slide, we're showing two images. One of them is someone using a walker who's going to need a longer crossing time. And then the other image of a blind pedestrian who's using a cane. And a lot of times they depend on cues, from the surrounding noise of, the movement of vehicles, where they don't have APS. An APS, accessible pedestrian signal, would give audible information and inform this gentleman when to cross. But in the absence of that, they're really depending on cues from the movement of vehicles and movement of pedestrians around them. So that's why it's really important to provide APS. But we're going to look at in the next slides what kind of things you can do to make crossing easier for people with disabilities who might need longer crossing times, or where you might have really wide intersections that might need, where your pedestrians may need longer crossing time. And again, on the crossing time, that's another area, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation this morning, where PROWAG references MUTCD requirements for crossing. Next slide. So here we show an example of how you can reduce the crossing distance. This isn't feasible in every situation. This is just an example. So if you bulb out your curb extensions, you can reduce the distance that the pedestrians have to cross. So in this case, it means doing some road diet, but which is feasible here because the farthest lane is actually parking. So this reduction in the road width doesn't really impede the flow of traffic. So this is something that you may be able to do in some areas to reduce that crossing distance. So again, look at each scenario uniquely and see what kind of design changes you can make to make your crossings more accessible and usable for people with different mobility or even visual impairments.
And one thing I just want to add here, Julia, is that this is not, bulb outs are not required by the ADA. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Right.
So this is just a solution that works well. And it, like Juliet said, it isn't going to always work for your situation. And it's not, again, it's not a requirement. It's just, just something we point out as a good alternative to the standard intersection. So.
Next slide. Another design alternative you could use for the wide intersections, of course, is pedestrian refuge islands. Depending on how wide the crossing is, you may need to have the capability to cross in 2 phases. So you'd have pedestrian signals within the island so that one can cross part of the crossing and then wait there until they get a chance to complete the crossing of the intersection. So there's lots of different designs that you can use to make facilities more accessible. Next slide. So we talked about this a little bit this morning about pedestrian street crossings and where you have a crossing by design and where you do not have a crossing. So one of the mistakes that we hear a lot on TA inquiries is, do I have a pedestrian street crossing if I haven't striped it? I'm not striping it, so I'm not allowing crossing. But if you have designed your sidewalk and it goes all the way to the curb, then you've essentially designed a pedestrian street crossing and you need to make it accessible. Now you can't hide behind, there's an accessible crossing just half a block down. This one is not meant for people with disabilities, or, you know, there's a safer one down the block that you can't really hide behind that, because once you provide the pedestrian facility, make sure it's safe, make sure it's accessible for everyone. And if the intent is not to have anyone cross there because it's unsafe, or whatever the case may be, then you need to clearly design it as such, or you need to clearly indicate and put barrier there. So on the image on the left is just an example of what one jurisdiction did, is they put barriers there with signage that said crosswalk closed, and they did that instead of removing the sidewalk, like backing the sidewalk away from the curb. They chose to put the barriers, and those barriers have to be detectable. Because if you don't have barriers here and someone who is blind is continuing along that sidewalk, they will get into the street if you don't indicate clearly that this is not an intended pedestrian street crossing. On the right-hand side in that image, you can see where the arrow is. The crossing is clearly intended in one direction only. Where you see the sidewalk goes to the curb, and there's a curb cut, there's a curb ramp there with a detectable warning. In the other direction, there is a grass area between the road and the sidewalk. So the sidewalk is terminated ahead of the curb, which is by design a clear indication that that is not a pedestrian street crossing. So you only have it in one direction. So there's options and there's ways to design facilities so it's very clear that you do not intend for anyone to cross there. But if the intent, again, is for people to be able to cross, make sure everybody can cross, make it safe, make it accessible. Next slide. So looks like these two slides snuck in here randomly, but maybe that means we need to emphasize some of this information. We did talk about this earlier this morning about the running slope of pedestrian street crossing. Again, the maximum running slope of pedestrian street crossing, this is in the direction of pedestrian travel, is 1 to 20 or 5% max, which is generally the grade of the road. I'm sorry, the crown of the road. Next slide.
Something weird just happened. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I clicked on the image and it didn't advance. So, oh,
The image is hyperlinked, so.
Oh, the image is hyperlinked. That's the problem. Is okay.
That's what it looks.
I got you. I'll work it out. Just give me a second here.
No problem.
Minor technical difficulties. There you go.
Okay. So again, we covered this this morning as well. Pedestrian street crossings. The maximum cross slope is 1 to 48, and then 1 to 20 is allowed in a street crossing without yield or stop control. So I guess let me take an opportunity to talk about curb ramps and crosswalks and how the cross slope requirements work. So earlier this morning, I said if you have yield or stop control, your maximum cross slope within that street crossing is 2%. This would carry over to your curb ramps as well, obviously. Now, where you have a signalized intersection and a pedestrian street crossing is allowed to have a cross slope of up to 5%, the adjacent curb ramps are likely going to be in that 5% crosswalk as well. I'm sorry, cross slope as well, because they're tying into the pedestrian street crossing that's allowed to have 5%. What we suggest, depending on the scope of your project, again, you may be able to achieve this, you may not, is if you're able to start warping your street crossing, that's allowed to be 5%, so that by the time you get to the curb ramp, you're closer to 2%. That would make the curb ramp a lot easier to traverse. But it is understandable that if the pedestrian street crossing is allowed to have 5% cross slope, or in mid-block, it's allowed to have the same cross slope as the grade of the road, it makes sense that the adjacent curb ramps would likely have that same cross slope. But again, depending on the scope of your project, if there is an opportunity, it's best to try and get as close to that 2% as you can by the time you get to that curb ramp, if it's within the scope of your project. Next slide. Okay, we're going to switch gears and talk about reach ranges. Same requirements we have in our 2010 ADA standards, or the building standards. So we give a minimum and a maximum reach range. And this, in the public right-of-way, where this really applies is for PED push buttons, is where you're looking at these reach ranges. So we specify 15 inches minimum from the ground to a 48-inch maximum. Now, every now and then we'll get a question. I think, Scott, you've gotten this before. Well, is this this is in violation of MUTCD? And it's not. We're providing a range here. And if you're within this range, you should still be compliant with MUTCD.
Because MUTCD gives an exact dimension of 42 inches. And for some reason, there's some confusion about when we say 48 inches max and then MUTCD says 42 inches, that some people think that's a conflict, and it's like, no, if you put it in at 42 inches, it's within the range of 48 to 15. So
right. And then we also specify the side reach, and that side reach should be, and as you can see in the image there, within 10 inches. So what you don't want to have is your sidewalk and a clear space, and maybe the PED push button is, above the curb over in the grass, where one has to reach further than 10 inches to push the button. So you want to make sure you're mindful of what objects are between where a wheelchair user would be and where that PED push button is. The side reach cannot be wider than 10 inches. If it's a forward reach to push that button, you can't have any obstructions between the clear space and the push button. Okay, I see a question, I think that has to do with the previous slide. The question is, many streets have a slope greater than 5%. Which would become the cross slope of the crossing. How do we address those situations? So if your street has a slope greater than 5% and you have a crossing that's mid-block, that mid-block crossing can also have the same cross slope. It can match the cross slope of your street if it's mid-block. If it's at a signalized intersection, the maximum cross slope for that crossing is 5%. If it's a yield or stop control, the maximum is 2%. Now, that being said, depending on the scope of your project, you may not be able to make a non-compliant crossing compliant. So if you're doing a simple mill and fill, you may not be able to grade a, 7% grade down to 5% or 2% or what have you. So, and we do have, I remember I talked about some of the constraints, the physical constraints. The expectation is whenever you're doing any alteration project, that you're making it compliant to the maximum extent feasible within the scope of your project. Now, if this is new construction, then the expectation is you're meeting new construction requirements. Next.
I'll just add to this a little bit because we talked about this in the preamble. Nobody ever reads the preamble to the rules, but in the notice of proposed rulemaking for this rule, we talked about in the preamble that we recognize that this probably is not going to be achieved that often in existing facilities that are being altered, but we want you to get us, to the maximum extent feasible, like Juliet said. In San Francisco, you're not necessarily going to get to meet these requirements, or in other places as well. And it's all a matter of what you can do within the work that you're working on. And, in new construction, which really is a new town USA where you don't have any existing infrastructure or anything, that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about new construction. Most everything we do in the right of way, because of our love of our cars since the 50s, is not new construction. It's an alteration. It may be a new thing being stuck in an existing right of way, but that's still an alteration, not new construction. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Okay, so we're on slide 78. All right, so continuing the conversation with accessible pedestrians.
I also wanted to add something to the previous slide, and that is, and I won't bring it up because it's not really that important to the slide, but one thing we did in the public right-of-way guidelines is we did not, if you go look at the building guidelines for reach range, there's a obstructed reach allowance for when you're reaching over an obstruction. We did not include those allowances in the right of way because we figured that a person trying to get to a push button or something in the right of way shouldn't have to go through a bunch of histrionics and bending your body every which way to get to the button. And so we only allow an unobstructed reach, not an obstructed reach. So when we say unobstructed, we mean not an obstruction not more than 10 inches from the thing you're reaching to. When in ADAG, we allow a much larger obstruction, and that's what we call an obstructed reach. So just FYI.
Okay. So now let's take a closer look at the accessible pedestrian push button specifically. On the left-hand side, we show you a usable and accessible push button. It can be operated with a closed fist, because what we're looking at is sometimes when people have dexterity issues, like if that's the disability that they're dealing with, they cannot easily operate the push button on the right, where it's one of those old-fashioned where you kind of stick your finger in there to push the button and engage the pedestrian push button. So those are not accessible. You can imagine someone with hand dexterity issues, they would not be able to easily use the pedestrian push button on the right. So in PROWAG, we have operable parts requirements, which are similar to the operable parts requirements in the building standards. So operable parts shall be operable with one hand. They shouldn't require tight grasping, pinching, or twisting of the wrist. Next slide. So let's look at the location of that push button. We looked to MUTCD for specifications on where to locate the pedestrian push button. It should be no more than 6 feet from the edge of curb, and it should be no more than 5 feet from the crosswalk line. Okay, so, and when you don't have striping, obviously you're looking at where your vehicles would stop, but we took those specifications from MUTCD, and that's what you want to look at when you are deciding where you're going to place that push button. Next slide. we require that the face of the push button be parallel to the crosswalk that it applies to. This is especially important where you have an alteration and your only option is to place both of them on the same pole. It's really important that the face of the push button be parallel to the crosswalk that they apply to. Next slide. Now this slide, usually when we have in-person training, there's an animation that goes with it, which I don't, Scott, is the animation working on it? Do you know?
Yes, it works.
Okay. You want to go ahead and run it. So basically it's talking about, let's look at where you're placing this pedestrian push button. It would seem obviously the best location for that push button is close to the curb. And remember, we just talked about the specifications. It should be no greater than 6 feet from the edge of curb. But in this case, it's located where you see that red dotted circle. That's where the push button is. And whether you're blind, disabled or not, I don't know that many people would intuitively assume that that's where the pedestrian push button would be for this crossing. So if you're approaching this crossing, and let's say you're using a walker, for example, or you have a mobility impairment that slows down your speed, you have to go all the way to first find the ped push button. Then once you find it, you go ahead and push it. And now you got to make your way to the edge of the curb. Hopefully the walk time hasn't started yet. So just something to think about in terms of where you are placing that push button. And so the animation goes, you go find the button, you push it, you get to the edge of curb, you don't have enough time to cross, so then you go back because you missed your chance to cross, push it again and come back, and hopefully you actually get to cross. So this is a bad design for everybody, really. Okay, and on this slide, we talk about the location of the push button again. And as a Title II entity, you really want to be mindful of what you allow in your right-of-way. So the picture on the right shows some vending boxes, newspaper vending boxes, and somewhere behind that, there's a push button. But how to find it or even reach it, remember we have that 10-inch maximum for an obstruction, and if it's a forward reach, you shouldn't have any obstruction at all. And so with these vending boxes surrounding the pedestrian push button, this is an issue for people with disabilities. This is an issue for a lot of other people, because the ped push button just isn't easily accessible. And then on the left hand,
sorry, if you actually read the sign, it says you must push button to call walk signal. So everybody's having to try to find this button that's been buried by newspapers. Juliet's area where she used to hang out in Illinois, in Chicago actually, I knew the guy that was in charge of transportation in Chicago and the right-of-way and all that kind of stuff at one point, and I can't remember his exact designation, but he was a big muckety muck in the DOT, and they actually started putting in, they would build newspaper boxes in a particular area and say, yes, you can display whatever kind of newspaper you want to, but this is where you're putting them to avoid this kind of situation. So it's not saying you can't, it's not violating their amendments, their Title I amendments to free speech or whatever it is, or Title II, I don't remember which one it is. That's Title, but anyway, they're not saying you can't put your newspapers here. They just said, these are the areas we've designated as for you to put the newspapers. So it's just basically controlling where they put them rather than whether they can put them there or not, but just controlling where they put them.
And that's actually a good way to make sure you don't have any obstructions or things like this in your right of way, is by designating specific spaces, whether it be for vending, newspaper vending, or your shared bikes or whatever. If you designate a specific location, that might be a better way than to just put in something in writing telling them not to obstruct the right of way, but clearly indicate where they can put their vending machines or shared bikes. On the left-hand side, there is a ped push button, but how does someone in a wheelchair get to it? It's problematic for multiple users because it looks like there's a curb there, so you have to get up on the curb to get to the ped push button. The button itself is one of those old-fashioned ones that doesn't meet the operable parts requirements either. So just some things to look out for. Chapter 4 talks about operable parts, reach ranges, clear spaces required at operable parts. And so you really want to look at that when you're looking at the placement of your ped push button, and also the references we provide to MUTCD. Next slide. And speaking of MUTCD, this is an image from MUTCD in Chapter 4, Section 4E, and it shows you the right placement, the area for a push button. They have a recommended area, they have a landing area, and so there's really some good images in MUTCD that give you examples of where the optimal locations are for push buttons. Next slide. We'll talk briefly about roundabouts. This is the only slide we have in here on roundabouts. Roundabouts are difficult to
Actually,
cross.
a roundabout from North Carolina too, just FYI.
Maybe it looks familiar to some people.
Actually, from NC State. So
roundabouts are difficult to cross. So if you're providing pedestrian crossing at roundabouts, keep in mind that it's quite challenging. So think about how a blind pedestrian would know where at the roundabout to cross, right? Because it's not unlike an intersection where you have more cues as to where the crossing is. The roundabout, it's difficult. So what we recommend is to provide some sort of fencing or detectable guide of the roundabout, no intent for. So a pedestrian would not erroneously attempt to cross in those locations. So that fence is detectable and guides the pedestrian all the way to where the crosswalk is. And then also, if you have multiple lanes at the roundabout crossing, and you're providing pedestrian crossing, you want to make sure you're providing pedestrian activated signals. Okay, anything to add, Scott, on this one?
no, just that we only require signals at multi-lane in one direction. So this is a single lane roundabout, and so it wouldn't have to have signals. So
right. And so that takes us almost to the hour. So we will take a 5-minute break. Well, I guess we can make it 6, come back at 2 o'clock, and we'll continue for the last hour.
I will start up at 2 o'clock. Okay, everybody, it's 2 o'clock according to my watch. So I'm going to go ahead and start back up here. We're going to start on the scoping of on-street parking. This actually, I can start with a little bit of a giggle for myself and Juliet, because she made me aware of the fact that that transportation engineers think of perimeters of blocks differently than architects do. Architects think of a block as being the building block, the block where all the buildings are, and the four sides of that block are the red line that I've got here that the arrows point at. The red line that goes around the gray block, it's got a number 2 next to it. And there's these other colors and shapes are what some transportation engineers that I've talked to think of when they hear the word block perimeter. Okay, in our public right-of-way guidelines, we said that you look at the number of accessible spaces based on the total marked or metered spaces on a block perimeter, and you plug that into the chart that we have in the standards and figure out how many spaces you have to have, which is basically 1 for every 25 up to 100, and then it slightly changes. So I have to have this graphic up here for all of you to be on the same page of what a block perimeter is. So if you picture this, a block perimeter is if I walked outside of my building or the building you're in right now, and you walked all the way around the block and you came back to where you started, but you never crossed the street. That's what I consider the block perimeter. And so that's what we intended. So it'd be the parking on just that side of the block, not the opposite side, not the red shaded or kind of pinkish red shaded area, but just the red line for parking. That's what we had intended. So the scoping section is table 2R214, and that's what we based it on. We will probably try to clarify in the final rule what is marked or metered, but I think we're going to stick with the block perimeter because I've explained it to everybody so many times at this point that maybe most of you already know this, but anyway, just it's a giggle between me and Juliet because we're always giving each other a hard time because, you know, what I consider a perimeter and what an engineer considers a perimeter. It's obvious the architect thinks differently than the engineer, which is a proven fact. So, Juliet, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, you did it well.
Okay. So once you figure out your number and you figure out what Scott meant by block perimeter, you're into the requirement. And what we talk about in the requirements, the actual technical requirements of what a accessible on-street parking space looks like, we talk about things like the width of the adjacent sidewalk. And basically what that is the right-of-way that's available to be developed if it's not already developed, or the space you have between the curb and the building that's built along that sidewalk. And if that dimension is greater than 14 feet, then in new construction, we would expect you to redo the curb in such a way as to provide a 5-foot wide access aisle for a person to be able to either park close to the curb if they're the driver and get out and not be in the travel lane, or if they're a passenger, they'd be able to park lined up with the rest of the cars and be able to get out of the passenger side on the same level as the road, and then be able to get on a curb ramp and up onto the sidewalk. The reality is that in alterations completely in the proposed rule, we don't require this access aisle. This access aisle is only required in new construction or when the alteration both involves a wide enough sidewalk and that you're actually doing reconstruct or alterations to both the sidewalk and the roadway at the same time, which, as we all know, doesn't happen very often. So basically, you're not going to be doing many access aisles. And if you don't do an access aisle, what we do require is that when you don't provide an access aisle, we require you to place and in narrow sidewalks. So both in alterations and in narrow sidewalks, we would have the access aisle, the parking space, the on-street accessible parking space, be placed as close as is possible for your viewing angles. Okay, we don't want you putting it in front of the stop line or wherever you've got your viewing angles set up. Wherever the first parking space is on one end of the block or the other end of the block, so that a person can get out of their vehicle and use the intersection curb ramp to then get onto the sidewalk. So that's basically what you're going to be mostly doing, is providing that kind of a situation in most of your work. So, and then, but that's for parallel on-street parking. And then for perpendicular angled on-street parking, which I keep thinking is a dying breed, much like the payphone. But then I find out from other jurisdictions that they're still putting them in. Is if you have angled or perpendicular on-street parking, then we would require it to be treated similarly to a parking lot. And so we actually require an van accessible space, where I forgot to mention in parallel parking, we never require a van accessible space, because we assume if you're driving a van that you're going to be able to park in that on-street parking space. And we do require a clear area, clear of furniture, any street furniture or anything, so that a person can deploy their lift or their ramp directly onto the sidewalk. And so the sidewalk essentially becomes the access aisle for that purpose. So, but in angled or perpendicular parking, we are going to require a 8-foot wide access aisle that's going to provide the needed space for the deployment of a ramp or a lift, which is wider than a car accessible space, which is only 5 feet. So that's only on angled or perpendicular parking. I think I went backwards. No, I didn't. This is pay stations. Okay, so with if you have parking pay stations or parking meters, sometimes it's a big meter that covers several parking spaces, or it's individual meters for each individual space. If you are metering the space, which is perfectly legal, nobody's requiring, the ADA and the guidelines do not require free parking for people with disabilities, FYI. If your jurisdiction decides not to charge people for accessible parking, that's perfectly your right and your ability to do so, but nothing in the ADA says that it has to be free. I get a lot of people with disabilities that get mad at me for saying that, but it's the truth. So, but if you do have a meter, it needs to meet the requirements and be accessible. So it needs to meet the operable part requirements that Juliet talked about with the push buttons, operable without any tight pinching, twisting of the wrist, and it not be more than 5 pounds of force to do so. And then, but also we have a visible requirement where you place the 30 by 48 inch clear space that's required at the meter. That's basically a standard footprint of a wheelchair, is 30 by 48 inches, 30 inches by 48 inches. And that wherever you place that in relation to the meter, at the center of it, if you go up 3 1/3 feet, what you need to be able to do is view the visual information at that level. So at the center of the 30 by 48 inch space, so that a person sitting in a wheelchair can be able to read the meter and know what it is they're doing, whether they have to add, $2 or whether they have to add 25 cents or anything like that. So that kind of addresses both the operable parts and then the visibility of the display for a meter. Now, if you have a passenger loading zone, the access aisle must be connected to the pedestrian access route, so it needs to have probably a curb ramp near it. Again, this may be intersection curb ramp if it has to be, but typically your passenger loading zones are not at the corners. Typically, like your passenger loading zones at a hotel will be wherever the hotel is in the block face. So you need to, if you're providing a passenger loading zone, then you need to meet the requirements. And it's one passenger loading zone for every 100 linear feet of passenger loading zone that needs to meet the requirements. Now, one thing that comes up a lot with passenger loading zones, and maybe Juliet can help me with this if I don't cover it properly, but is there's a lot of confusion about where they're required. And we're not talking about where you just happen to pull over to the side of the road and let your buddy out of the car, or where you happen to pick up your Uber and it just happens to be on the curbside. That doesn't then suddenly become a passenger loading zone. A passenger loading zone is designed to be a passenger loading zone and is intended to typically, at least for a portion of the day, if not the whole day, be a passenger loading zone. Now, and we're also not talking about commercial loading and unloading for like trucks that are delivering, food or materials to a restaurant or whatever. That, commercial loading zones, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a area that's been designated and designed to be a place for cabs or anybody to actually pull up, you typically get out of the traveled way and drop their passenger off at a passenger loading zone. Okay, so we're not talking about the areas where they happen to roll up a valet parking cart from the restaurant up to the curb face that originally was just a regular curb face. And that doesn't suddenly, even though it's functioning like a loading zone, it doesn't suddenly make it a loading zone because you didn't design it to be a loading zone. It's just that the restaurant happened to pull out a rolling cart and make it a passenger loading zone. Okay, so we're talking about loading zones that are designed to be loading zones. Juliet, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's like you mentioned, the passenger loading zones we're talking about are clearly designated as such, and they're generally permanently designated areas for passenger loading.
Yeah, okay. Now, bus boarding and alighting areas or bus loading zones, they do have requirements as well. They don't have the same requirements. For a bus boarding and alighting area is a 60 by 96 inch space that is clear, and it's basically for the lift or ramp to deploy and for a person to get off the bus. So, and that typically needs to have a certain slope perpendicular to the road. It should be 2% maximum, or 1/48, and parallel to the road. The slope parallel to the road can match the grade of the road. So that's similar to what we would require on a pedestrian access route. So this is a boarding and alighting area for a bus to drop off a passenger who's using a wheelchair or using the lift, maybe using crutches but needs to use the lift. And also, if you provide a bus shelter, again, the ADA does not require a bus shelter. But if you provide the bus shelter, you need to have a space for wheelchairs that's entirely within the shelter. So if it's raining, I don't have to sit out there and get all wet because you didn't provide enough space for me to get under the shelter. So, and also there needs to be a pedestrian accessible route that connects the shelter to the designated boarding and alighting area. So those two things need to be connected. And you also need to be able to get around the bus shelter as a pedestrian access route, either behind it or in front of it, if you're just going through and not using the transit facility. So if it's just on a curbside transit facility. Again, not required to have a shelter, but if you provide it, it needs to meet the requirements of a shelter.
Right, and Scott, just to add, with that shelter, the clear space required, you want to make sure that you're not allowing vendors to have their wear in that clear space, or also not, you know, when your maintenance cleans out the garbage can, they're not placing it in that area that's designated for the wheelchair clear space under the shelter.
Yeah, it's clear for a reason, not for a storage location.
Right.
Good point, Juliet. Okay, so the throat's getting dry. So let's talk about that, getting around a bus shelter. Here, other thing about bus shelters that gets missed sometimes, and bus stops in general, is sometimes they just get put down as a pedestal, and there's no curb ramp to get off of them. There's no sidewalk to get to them. I like to say, pedestrians don't arrive at bus stops by helicopter. If they did, they wouldn't need to go to the bus stop. They just have the helicopter drop them off where they needed to go. So if I had a helicopter, I wouldn't be having them dropping me off at a bus stop. I can tell you that right now. But so what is required is a way to get off of the raised area. I have another photo that I don't think is in this show that shows a bus shelter similar to this one that says we buy ugly houses. A bus shelter that's on a curb, and there's no way off of it at all for accessibility. It's just a curb. So I guess the bus drops you off there, and you wait there and until the morning, and then the bus comes and picks you up again. I may as well stay at work. But so in this condition, there's no sidewalk. So you've got to provide a way for them to get off. And while it's not the greatest thing in the world to be sending them off into the road, at least you're not making a person who uses a wheelchair have to sit on this bus stop, for the rest of the night, or until somebody comes along and gets them out of that situation. And in this situation, this is just an example of one where it is connected to a sidewalk, so that's perfectly fine. Doesn't have to have a curb ramp off of it. Okay, because I assume that at the end of this sidewalk, it goes off in the distance, there is a curb ramp at the intersection, or the other direction. But the thing I want to show you in this particular example is that there is a route around the bus shelter, so that if I'm not using this bus stop, I can still get around it and get by it. It's a little roundabout way of getting around it and by it, but it's still possible. And then this one shows you have a dotted line for the bus boarding and alighting area, and the shelter is in the parking zone, so to speak, or the buffer zone, and the sidewalk is behind it. So if I'm a pedestrian just going past this bus stop, it doesn't affect me at all because I just keep going straight on. So just remember that you don't want to stick your shelter in such a way that it becomes an impediment for other pedestrians who may not be using the shelter. So,
hey, Scott, if you go back to the previous slide, I just want to talk to the collaboration that's needed between a lot of times where the entity that owns the transit system is separate from the entity that owns the right-of-way where the bus shelters or bus stops are. And there really needs to be collaboration, because if there is a complaint, it's going to come to both the owner of the right-of-way, which may be the state, the city, the county, and it would also go to the transit agency. So you have to communicate. It can't be a completely hands-off. The bus company put it there, we didn't, tell them to, or what have you. Because the facility is in your right-of-way, you're going to get that. You're going to be involved in resolving that complaint. We actually got one of these with my previous employer, where a transit agency in the Chicago area had a bus stop similar to the picture on the left, where it was just, there was a bus stop. It was maybe about 30 feet from the intersection, but there was no sidewalk and there was no way to get on and off. Didn't even have a curb cut like you see here. And so the complaint actually came to us because it was our right of way. And so then we had to coordinate with the transit agency and inform them, hey, we got this complaint. We need to get it resolved. And so they ended up relocating the bus stop to the other side of the intersection that had an accessible pedestrian network. But I pointed out to say that there's going to need to be coordination. It won't always be, it's not just strictly the responsibility of the bus company, because again, you're responsible for what you allow in your right of way. So if you have allowed them to put an inaccessible bus stop in your right of way, you will be involved in the resolution of any complaint that comes up because of that inaccessible bus stop.
That is a good point, Juliet. And I will add to it that I forgot to mention as well, or your discussion reminded me of, there's an, I don't know if many of you know about paratransit, but paratransit is a door-to-door service for people with disabilities, and it's usually provided to them when they can't access the main transit system that you've provided. And this kind of situation, and the kind of situation Juliet is talking about, is the kind of situation that people aren't able to access the mass transit system that's been provided for everybody else. And there's a jurisdiction in Maryland, Montgomery County, who actually figured out that if they got, and paratransit is not cheap, okay? This is a few years ago, so the numbers have probably changed, but Montgomery County, Maryland figured out that it's $77 a trip, okay, for paratransit. If they put a sidewalk from, say, this bus stop here that says we buy ugly houses, and they did a sidewalk from that stop to the nearest intersection and provided a curb ramp, if they got one person off of paratransit by doing that project, the sidewalk and the curb ramp will be paid for within 3 months. Okay. Now you can sit there and say, well, that's not my pot of money, Scott. That's somebody else's pot of money. Anybody who knows anything about state and local government and even federal government funds is the funds are limited. And if it may not come directly from your pot, but it did affect the depth of your pot by the fact that paratransit had to take a bigger pot because your mass transit isn't usable. So so they did those projects, and they did several of them, and it actually worked to where they got several people off of the trip, curb to curb service, and got them onto mass transit. Now there's still going to be a few people who, because of their physical disability being so severe, that they just cannot manage to do mass transit. I'm not saying that it's going to solve every possibility, but it's, there's a reason why you would want to make it as accessible as possible. So hopefully that is useful to you and not just me on my soapbox. So so let's talk a little bit more about bus stops. bus stop signage must comply with the requirements of visual characters found in 410, but it's only the sign that it's only visual character requirements, and it's only based on being light on dark or dark on light, being, you know, a simple serif font or not a sans serif, and it being legible from as you know, being the certain height based on distance. And it's only the information that it tells you these particular routes are stopping here. It doesn't include like the map of the route and the, you know, all the stops that the route makes and all that kind of stuff. It's not schedules that is included in this. It's just the fact that, for example, on this sign, this Metro bus sign says that 13B stops here, 13F, 30, 32, 34, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Only those buses stop here. That information needs to be visibly legible for people with low vision. And so that's what you find in section R410 of the public right-of-way requirements. And so schedules, timetables, and maps are not required to comply with R410. If we did require them to, then you could actually make the shelter out of the signs that those are providing. I always like to make that. I'd like to see somebody do that, actually. Try to meet the requirements with their timetables and maps and schedules and try to make a shelter out of it. That would be funny. So we are at the end of our planned stuff. If we can open it up for questions. If we don't have any questions, we have plans to take some more of your time. But we'd like to answer your questions and then have you just kind of go through our questions. So Juliet and I are here if you want to ask any questions. Joseph, you want to facilitate that at all, or do we want to just see if there are any questions?
Sure, I'd be happy
And
to.
Also, this is our contact information. You get to both of our desks if you send emails to ROW that goes to both Julia and myself. And then we just, you know, arm wrestle on who's going to answer the question.
I'm gonna unmute unmute the participants. So if people want to ask a question, they should be able to. So let's check this out and see if it'll work.
Sure.
All right.
Yes, this is John. I was wondering if this presentation was going to be available online somewhere so we could refer back to it.
Yes, absolutely. We are recording, and it'll probably take me, actually, since it's so long, it might take a couple of days to get it uploaded. And I'll what we'll do is NCDOT comms will upload it via YouTube, and we'll send out a private link to that to all the attendees. So you'll be able to go back and review you can look at the slides, but then also have the context and the narration from those slides.
I can also send a PDF if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. I could send that out.
Yes, that would be great.
Sometimes if you notice some of our slides, they just have a picture on there, and without our narration, you may not know what it's saying. So although I do give it out, I do want to make the caveat that I would encourage you to listen to the recording as well.
Okay.
Juliet, do you want to add anything to that?
No, you good.
And just so folks know, you will have to unmute yourself now, but you should have access to do that. But if you have a question, feel free to unmute yourself and ask away.
Just have a quick question. Will you be sending out a PDH sheet for this?
Yeah, yes, we will get that sent out, and all the credits and that sort of thing. It's still pending. I imagine it's probably in my inbox right now. I just haven't looked at it, but yeah, we'll make sure we get that sent out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any questions for Juliet and myself? Because if there aren't, I've got some other slides I can show you guys to to give you a quiz. Maybe we'll leave them unmuted for that too, Joseph, so they can pipe up and answer the question.
Sure.
Does anybody have any questions? We'd love to answer your specific questions then rather than our canned kind of what's wrong with this picture kind of thing. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to do that if you wish. Otherwise, we'll do this kind of thing that I do, which is what's wrong with this picture. So any takers? Wow, we did so good, Juliet. They don't have any questions.
Right. I was scanning through the chat box, and I think I see one that we may not have gotten to. And what their question is, what about curb ramps that act as refuge? For example, if we get to the end of the sidewalk, typically we would put a curb ramp and then a landing curb ramp on the other side of the intersection, even though there is no sidewalk, just to provide a safe refuge for traffic. Is this the correct thing to do? So it looks like they have an intersection, they have sidewalk and curb ramp on one side, but on the other side, there is no sidewalk. And what they're doing is providing a landing on the other side. And the question is this the correct thing to do?
Yeah, I would say yes. I wouldn't put a curb ramp necessarily unless there's something to go up for. I would provide a landing outside of the traveled path so that I could, it'd be nice. It's nice to have that area to make a decision and go, okay, I no longer have a sidewalk. Where do I want to go? Do I want to go back where I came from? Do I want, you know what I mean? And at least I can sit there and make that decision outside of the travel lane. Would you not agree with that, Julia?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but it's not specifically required, unfortunately, but I would highly encourage it. So,
Right.
that's good design, and I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing that. So,
yeah, so I've gone through the chat box. Looks like we've covered everything in the chat box.
okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead with our little quiz then, and if it's okay with you, Joseph, we'll leave it open for people to pipe up and answer the question.
Absolutely.
But if you guys don't answer the questions, I'm going to start wondering about you. So. Okay, so time for a quiz. And remember, I'm just in it for the parking. I'm kind of a joke. I'm kind of a jokester. You don't know me, but I life's too short not to have a laugh. So, how about this one? Is this good for an alternate route around construction? Anybody? Okay, well, I'll answer the question. No, it's not good. You can unmute yourself, I think, correct, Joseph?
Yep, they should be able to. They'll have to click to do that, but they should be able to unmute.
Okay, that's the little microphone that's either red or green. Green means you can talk, red means you can't. All right, so I'm gonna go to the next one. We'll make you guys. How about this one? That yellow tape and cones is like if you guys are Star Trek fans, I call it a level 4 force field, right? Can't get anything through it, right? So that's gonna stop anybody from accidentally walking into your construction zone. No. Okay, and here's another one. These are actual photos. I did not Photoshop these photos. So, you know, the concrete may actually be dry at this point, and that's fine. But you know, you could also come back and clean up your mess. But let's say this concrete was still wet. You'd be leaving marks all over the place, right? So. Again, you know, this may be good enough for a car or for a sighted pedestrian, but it's not going to do the job for a blind pedestrian. And how about this for a curb ramp, huh? Okay. I got lots of these. I'm only showing you some of them. So this is a nice sidewalk to walk on, huh? It's really narrow. The pedestrian is really important on this street.
It's the obstacle course approach.
You know, the sign, it's funny, it says hidden driveways. Maybe it's hidden sidewalks too.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. Here's just a maintenance problem, right? Somebody who's tried to make a curb ramp but forgot that you don't just cut the curb. I am joking, everybody. So yeah, this is a curb ramp that's right up against a pole. It's not a pretty picture. And how about this ramp that's got a 3 or 4 inch step at the top of it? Not only is it really steep, but it's not a complete ramp even. So, and I promise you, I'm not photoshopping these. So, caution: pedestrians are slippery when wet. How about this one? How about this refuge island? This is really good, huh? I can imagine being up here on the top of this thing and basically just the high center in my chair and be able to spin around in a circle because I've lost control of all four wheels, right? This is a mess. A cut through would be a lot better in this situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we actually, if you do a, and we say this in the standards, although we didn't cover it in the presentation. But if for some reason you're not doing a cut through and you want to do ramps for some reason, we do have a requirement for there to be a separation between the two ramps, and that separation is much wider than this. It's basically a wheelchair footprint, so it should be 48 inches between the top of this ramp and the beginning of this ramp. And the reason why we hardly ever show that is because that's a lot of real estate in the right of way for a median, is to have a 6 foot ramp, then a 4 foot landing, and then a 6 foot ramp. And that's why I think typically you see it as a cut through. Juliet, you'd agree that that's quite a bit of real estate for a public right of way, wouldn't you?
Right, you'd best design that as a cut through.
Yeah, so. Okay, so here's one where they completely redid the road, they redid the sidewalk, and somebody forgot the curb ramps, right?
Yeah, I remember I mentioned earlier, Federal Highways and DOT put out guidance on what you're required to do when you do road work in terms of accessibility at the curb ramps.
Okay, and then we've got a curb ramp that leads you out to a grate. Okay, not only is it a really steep curb ramp and poorly laid out, but it leads you out to a grate with large openings in it. That's an accident waiting to happen right there.
Looks like an accident happened.
Yeah, it looks like there's already blood on the ground, right? So, you know, I used to have a heading on this photo that says it's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop. So, you know, if he loses control of his chair, he could tumble right out of that chair. Would not be a pretty picture. So you can do built up curb ramps like this. They just need to be designed well and not just somebody throwing down some asphalt. Now, you might do something like this for a temporary solution, but you try to make it at least a little smoother even for a temporary situation, but it's perfectly legal to do a built-up curb ramp. It just needs to be done properly. And here's one. This is an old photo of my boss when I was in North Carolina. This is Ron Mace. I don't know if anybody remembers Ron Mace. He goes way back in North Carolina. He's the guy that wrote the first accessibility standard for the state in North Carolina in '68. I think it was. He was a great guy. He passed away several years ago now, but yeah, polio and post-polio. And this is him actually going in his chair. There's a ramp here into this building, but there's no curb ramp. What he's doing is going up the road to try to find a driveway that he can then come and backtrack and use this ramp. Okay? Because it came from the other side of the street. And this is the kind of stuff that this isn't old photos, clearly from this, way before the ADA, but the concept still, you want to think about how your facility is used and what it's used for. This is a situation where this entity, whether it be a state or local government, or whether it be a private entity, could have talked to the people who controlled the sidewalk and said, look, we've got this really, nice ramp that we've put in for people to get in the building, but there's nowhere for them to get off to cross the road if they need to cross the road. And that's a discussion that that's a communication thing that needs to happen, for everybody. If we all talk to each other, we can start, finding some solutions. Wouldn't you agree with that, Juliet?
Absolutely.
Yes. So, and this is an actual photo that was sent to me by a friend of mine who works for AASHTO. Believe it or not, this is a ramp with a signpost inside in the right smack dab in the center of it. You got to label these things because people don't know what they are. So you got to label them. It says wheelchair ramp. And this sign has basically made this curb ramp, completely unusable. Okay. So it's one of those things that kind of make you laugh, but at the same time kind of make you just kind of scratch your head and go, well, what were they thinking? So this one has made me crack up every time I see it. So. And then this used to happen a lot in DC. They've done a lot of improvements. This actually may be from the district back in the 70s, as you can tell from the cars. But this is one of the reasons why the guidelines, both the ADA standards and our guidelines for public rights of way, say that the curb ramp needs to be wholly contained in the crosswalk it serves. Okay? Because this curb ramp is not anywhere near the crosswalk it serves. Okay. Like, again, I just want to say I'm not photoshopping these things. I just gather the pictures. So here's one where they got a lot of level changes that are a real problem. You might want to redirect, maybe put the curb ramp in a different location so people don't have to wheel over all this stuff, or maybe you resurface this area to make it a little smoother. There's a lot of things that could happen here, but it's that's a maintenance thing that needs to be looked at. And sometimes your maintenance patches can make things, in some cases worse than better. So this one just doesn't make any sense at all to me. The curb ramp going off into a accessible parking space. But wow. Okay. And I think I mentioned this earlier. This is the way DC looked right after 9/11. They put Jersey barriers up in front of every federal facility, and they wouldn't care where they put them. Like, for example, here, they've made a perfectly accessible sidewalk inaccessible because of the way they put in the Jersey barriers. And so you want to think about the correlation between keeping a facility secure, but also keeping it accessible and usable by people with disabilities who you're trying to serve, usually as a federal agency or a state or local government agency. So, Juliet, did you have something you wanted to say?
No.
Okay. Here's one where, you know, they've built up this ramp so that they can make their store accessible, but they really, because of all this other stuff going on here, they've really made the sidewalk kind of difficult to use. This goes, you know, you'll notice I kind of have a theme with things, and that's communication. You know, the jurisdiction controlling the sidewalk and the person who owns the shop that wants to make their facility accessible, they need to have a conversation. There's better solutions than this big long ramp sticking out into the sidewalk that would probably meet everybody's needs and make a better facility. So, you know, it's all about communication. It's not that he did a bad thing by trying to make his facility accessible. It's just that it could have been done better if there would have been some oversight. So, and you guys remember this slide? This was in our presentation. Here's another one from this is actually from a local location near me, where this is a bus boarding and a lighting area. This is a bus stop. And the Washington Post and the Washington Times, obviously the Washington Times got here ahead of the Post. So the Times took the spot that would have been good and fine and totally legal, and the Post stuck it in the boarding and the lighting area, which is totally not okay. So, and this is a Fairfax County connector bus stop. I ride these guys all the time. They don't know I have this slide in my presentation, but so don't tell them, anybody who happens to have any friends in Fairfax County. But there's a Fairfax connector bus stop. This is one of those examples again that Juliet and I were talking about, where you want to provide the ability to allow a person to get to the intersection or get to the bus stop. This isn't that far away from the intersection, but it surely isn't going to cost that much to provide a sidewalk and a boarding and a lighting area that's even at the street level, that would improve the access to this bus stop. Do you have anything on that, Juliet, that you want to say? I mean, it can't be that expensive, can it, to do something like that?
To what, add sidewalk?
Just provide enough sidewalk to at least get to the bus stop.
Shouldn't be. It doesn't look like it's that far from that intersection.
That intersection, and it looks like the other side of the intersection has a sidewalk that goes off into the woods. So,
right. It's really about communication and coordinating between the two entities.
Yeah, exactly. That's my theme all the time, though, is communication. Here's one that, you know, it's not in our country, I don't think, but
I think so.
It's pretty funny. That's a pretty steep ramp. I'd have to have some serious help getting up that ramp. But hey, it's better than steps, I guess. So his property line's probably right here. Whoop. Anyway, so, you know, his property line is probably right here. So that's probably as far out as he could go. Here's one where they've got a ramp, they've got a bus boarding and a lighting area that's been paved, and then, you know, there's no connection. So another area that is a problem for people with vision impairments, which we didn't talk about, but is always a little bit of a difficulty for getting directions, is when you've got parking that's right up against the sidewalk and the overhang of the cars. You know, they're cane detectable, and so they're not a protruding object, but it does, you know, present a little bit of a difficulty, and also can narrow passage. If you've got like this flower bed here and a car parked here, say this car stuck out even more than it does, you know, it'd be hard to get past this. And it looks like the concrete has kind of gotten some damage to it as well. So this one has both a maintenance and just a design issue that could be addressed.
Right.
So,
You want to look at using wheel stops, for example, just to make sure you don't have cars overhanging in the
Right.
pedestrian circulation route.
Yep. And then here's one where they took out the utility pole, but they didn't take out the base it was sitting on, and it's right at the top of a curb ramp. So there needs to be some work done on this corner, obviously. And I can see that's a DC bus, so this is clearly a DC photo. But I'll tell you that we did a whole series back in, it was before I started, right before I started, they did a whole series of videos, and they used DC for the videos, and there was a lot of uproar from DC DOT about it, and they went around and fixed everything that we pointed out in the videos. So, oh, maybe this probably doesn't exist anymore, but because this is a pretty old photo. But yeah, so sometimes you have to shame people into fixing things. So this is just a maintenance one again, where the same guy I was talking about in Chicago, he would actually go around with clippers in his hands, no matter what time of year it was, and he would actually clip this bush. If this bush was on his right of way, he would actually just clip it down till it was out of his way, and you know, that's the end of it. I mean, he wouldn't put up with that kind of stuff. So I'm sure it probably got him in hot water a few times. But you know, this kind of stuff is you know, it's just a maintenance thing where somebody needs to talk to somebody about cutting back this bush. And then this is just, you know, a maintenance obligation of fixing all those pavers that have gotten busted up. And I think I'm pretty much done. I don't remember. Oh, here's the last one, kind of the last one I wanted to show, was a shared use path where it's been set up as two directions, obviously, but you know, pedestrians aren't necessarily going to follow the directional arrows like a bike would, but they only put the detectable warning on one side. So if a blind pedestrian happens to not notice that he's on the wrong path, he could walk out into the road and not get any indication that he's doing so, because you haven't put the detectable warning across the whole width of the shared use path. So
Right, or they may go the wrong way, since if they approach this from the roadway, it's because they'll be detecting the detectable warning surface and be traveling the wrong way on the shared use path.
yeah. So anyway, that's all we really have for you today. I think maybe is there more? Oh, that's pretty much it. We'll call it. But I'm going to put up our contact information again for you guys to look at as we close up. But we appreciate you joining us for this, and we hope it was useful. Joseph, is there anything you want to say at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say thank you to you, Juliet and Scott, for being with us today and providing this information and this training, and for offering up yourselves as resources. And also thank you to everyone that joined us today. I know it was a long haul, but I'm glad you guys stuck it out with us, and we were able to get through things. And I'll just say that through the pictures there at the end, I think we could all admit that we might know a few spots like that in North Carolina that have some similar situations going on. So this is really helpful information, and I hope that the Integrated Mobility Division can continue to be a resource, and then also our NCDOT Civil Rights Office is also a resource for ADA questions. So thank you guys so much, both our presenters and the folks that attended today. And we'll be sending out recap information and get the credits and the video recording all sent back out to you all very soon. So thank you all for attending.
I'll make a PDF of this and send it to you too.
Okay, perfect. Yep, we'll attach that as well.
And I also want to mention that part of Juliet and I's job is to answer questions, so don't hesitate to contact us with a question. My dad's philosophy when I was a kid was always, he told me the only stupid question is the one that you didn't ask. So, but anyway, go ahead.
Right. All right. Thank you all so much, and we'll be talking soon. Thanks.
Thank you.